the premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
Hikaru made it! He wins the Speed Chess Championship 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We are excited to welcome Coinbase as the presenting partner of the Speed Chess Championship. Yesterday, we saw some exciting action. Today, we promise to have another excellent match in store for you all. I am Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. And Benjamin, yesterday, Wesley So made his way to the semifinals. Today, we go back to the round of 16 to watch Jan Nepomuk and Arjun.
Hello everyone, hello Robert, great to be here. And yeah, Robert, like you said, yesterday was an absolute thriller between Alireza and Wesley So. But today we have another very exciting matchup. We have Jan Nepomuk against Arjun Erigaisi. Robert, I think Jan has to be the slight favorite in this one, but it's going to be close. I think Arjun is a very tough opponent.
And Arjun, he's always hungry. He plays so much chess these days. Jan, well, he's happy just to be in the field. He was a last-second replacement for Ding Liren. And as we look at the bracket, we know one semifinalist, that was Wesley So, taking down Alireza Firouzja yesterday. And oddly enough, we have one match that has not been played in the first round, the winner of which plays Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly, yeah. So here we see Nepo, the 7th seed, against Arjun, the 10th seed. So by the numbers, we can already conclude that this is going to be a close one. And yeah, I think that's what we're going to see for sure. And even if they make it through, they're going to play Magnus, so they definitely do not have an easy bracket.
Well, Jan Nepomuk, he knows what playing Magnus Carlsen in matches like. And, well, he didn't know what it was like to be in the SEC in 2023 until just about this week, because he replaced Ding Liren at the last moment, and he was a little bit bitter, one could say. His tweet said, "I'm simply not good enough." He shrugs that, and Benjamin, he is good enough. He's always welcome at top events. Do you think he'll be able to, be happy to be here this time around?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure he's happy to be around. I mean, the SCC is the marquee event here on chess.com, and he is part of it. But yeah, we'll see if he can make it through Arjun. Again, I think he has to be the favorite, but it's for sure not going to be easy.
Yeah, I think Jan was a bit quiet, at least in the online sphere, until he won a Champions Chess Tour Division 2, the latest one, and he won Title Tuesday this past week. Benjamin, I'm sorry to bring up unhappy memories. I know we get along very well, so please forgive me. But Jan Nepomuk, just a couple days ago, he took down none other than you in the final round to win first in Title Tuesday.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me, Robert. I was leading Title Tuesday. I had my opportunity to win the event for the first time in my career. But Jan ended my run. We see that he had a very tough run. He played Duda, he played Levon, Malikov. But yeah, he won his first Title Tuesday in 17 months. So Robert, and that just goes to show what a tough field Title Tuesday has become.
It's the best of the best. The cream of the crop always join the Title Tuesdays. There are 2 of them each week. Don't miss it if you're a title player out there, or if you're not, just have fun watching it. But somebody who has been in many events on chess.com server is Arjun Erigaisi. So while he may not be quite as experienced as Jan Nepomuk, he has an important title under his belt. He won the 2022 JSCC, the Junior Speed Chess Championship. And Benjamin, that was an impressive set of opponents.
Yeah, look at his run. He beat Dennis Lasvik, he beat Mohamed Muradli, he beat Hans Niemann, and in the final, Robert, he beat Nihal Sarin. Nihal always goes super deep in the Speed Chess Championship, so that again goes to show what a good player Arjun Erigaisi is.
Yeah, sometimes it gets overlooked because they say, oh, there's the J in front. It's the Junior Speed Chess Championship. But let's think about recent winners. We have Gukesh in 2023. We had Arjun in 2022. We had Nihal in the 2 years before that. So, Benjamin, I think at this point, you could just remove the J. All of those winners, they belong in the SEC.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think it's very deserving that the winner of the JCC gets a spot in the SEC. As we see with Nihal, he has proven that he is among the best on the website. So, yeah, for sure these players deserve their spot. And we'll see how Arjun will fare today against Jan.
It's going to be a tough battle for sure, but let's dive into the numbers. Let's get a little bit more specific with this because we're thrilled to have Deloitte, a leader in their field, as the official data insights partner for the Speed Chess Championship. Their dedication to excellence aligns perfectly with the Chess.com mission to grow the game and sport of chess. So let's dive in to our Deloitte game analytics. And Benjamin, 3320, those are the ages, but what do you make of the chess numbers there?
Right, so we see that Nepo leads in their head-to-head with a 25-12 score. They've had 7 draws. They've never played in bullet though, and Robert, I think that is going to be a big factor. I think Jan doesn't play a whole lot of bullet. Perhaps Arjun has the edge there. He does play a lot of bullet, and this is their first time meeting in the SCC.
Yeah, it's going to be fun for both of these players, and I think these ratings are of September 4th. We just mentioned that Jan won the Title Tuesday a couple days ago. His rating is even higher than that, and there you see Jan Nepomniachtchi. That looks like a man who is ready for a long match. He is in our focus here. He just joined the tournament, but he's looking fresh, Benjamin.
Yeah, it looks like he just got a haircut or something. He's looking ready to fight. So, yeah, I'm curious to see what we can expect from him.
Well, let's look at the second page of our Deloitte game analytics because these numbers, I think they're quite important. We see that Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has the peak blitz rating lead over Arjun in recent times, and Arjun has the bullet edge over Jan. So when you look at these numbers, including the total amount of SEC games, who would you give the nod to?
Yeah, I'd give the slight edge to Jan. I think he's definitely the favorite in the blitz portions, in 5+1, in 3+1. But we see Arjun, he has the higher peak bullet rating. So there is potential for Arjun for a comeback in the bullet portion.
For sure. We know that Arjun, he's a speed demon when he needs to be. So if it's a close match, watch out for the bullet, just like we saw a day ago. But let's dive into the Smarter Chess predictions. I typically have some disagreements with Smart Chess, although he's been quite accurate this time around. Benjamin, you look at this. The lead in blitz for Jan by 1 point in the 5+1, 2 in the 3+1, and an even prediction in bullet. What do you make of these numbers?
Yeah, I think they pretty accurately reflects from what we can expect in this matchup. I think Jan is definitely the favorite in the 5+1 and the 3+1 portions. I'm slightly surprised that they think it's even chances in the 1+1 portion, but we see that overall it gives Jan a 66% win probability and Arjun a 34% win probability. So from that, we can conclude that if they play 3 matches, Jan is going to win 2 and Arjun is going to win 1.
Right, and this could be the one for Arjun Erigaisi. Chat, please get involved. Let us know what your prediction is. I know some of you filled out brackets with Ding Liren instead of Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now's your chance to get involved in the chat. Vote. Do you think it'll be Jan? Do you think it will be Arjun? Benjamin, I think it's up for grabs. As you mentioned, two out of every 3 matches, according to Smart Chess, should be won by Jan Nepomniachtchi, but there's only one today.
Exactly, yeah. And also I had a very quick look at Jan's profile. He very rarely ever plays bullet. And Arjun, yeah, again, he plays a lot. So I think it's definitely going to come down to this that portion right there. And I'm very curious to see, Robert, what kind of openings both players will play. I mean, Arjun, very often he just jumps around from one opening to another. What do you expect?
Well, Arjun has very deep preparation, and Jan has played 2 World Championship matches, so he must have some of the best preparation after winning consecutive candidates tournaments. And as we see Jan here, I feel like he will jump around. I think he'll play his risky style of chess. He does not mind going for adventurous positions, and we'll see if he trusts his instincts against Arjun in those scrambles. That's, I think, the key to this match.
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't know how experienced both players are in the scrambles. I would think that Arjun is perhaps slightly more experienced, because he plays a lot of bullet. That being said, I don't see him that often in Title Tuesdays. And like you said, Jan recently won the Title Tuesdays, so perhaps there he has a slight edge.
That would make a lot of sense. Arjun, I mean, he's competitive. He's playing a lot over the board. He plays a lot online, but we haven't heard his name at the top of Title Tuesday, which really is such a huge accomplishment that Jan Nepomniachtchi was able to take earlier this week. And so Arjun, he's not playing from his usual setup. I think he's on the road right now, and he better have trusty internet connection because we have seen that plague competitors in the past.
Right, and do you have any idea where he could be? I mean, is there any tournament currently going on where he might be traveling to, or maybe a training camp, something like that?
They had the training camp before the Tata Steel Chess India event. They actually had it at the hotel where all the players were staying at. So they had training with Boris Gelfand. You know that Arjun is sharp. He did quite well in the Blitz portion of the Rapid and Blitz. So for Arjun Erigaisi, he's definitely in form. I'm not sure. He might be playing in the Spanish League or something like that. We'll try to figure out where he is. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's looking right at home in that chair.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can speak from personal experience. It's always an advantage to play from home. You're more comfortable with your mouse, your chair, all of that stuff. So that should give Jan even a slightly bigger edge.
And we see the players, they're getting set to start their first game of the match. I'm curious as well, Benjamin. We've seen some players, they have the Zoom call open so they can see their opponents. It's not like playing over the board where you can see all those emotions. But Wesley, for example, he is often looking at the Zoom call to see how his opponent's reacting.
Right, yeah, it's really a personal preference. And by the way, as we speak, we are off. And we have a Nimzo Indian with e3 and knight f3, d5 by Arjun. But yeah, I used to keep the Zoom call open, but I feel like a lot of opponents don't give anything away at all. So these days, I just close it and focus more on the games.
Okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. Why don't we do that here? And this looks like a position that Jan Nepomniachtchi is going to be excited about in this match. Isolated queen pawn on d4, but in exchange for the IQP, you get play in the adjacent file. So Benjamin, as we see the opening moves of the match, we see Jan playing with really great speed.
Yeah, we see Jan going for the Rubinstein variation against the Nimzo Indian. Now here, black has a decision to make. You can develop your knight to either d7 or c6, but this is going to allow the d5 push from white, and there we have it by Jan. So let's see what Arjun is going to do here. I think the main line continues with bishop takes c3, pawn takes e6, then it goes something. At some point you take an f3, and after some long forcing line, you reach an endgame where white has a slight edge, but often it ends in a draw. But I forgot exactly how the line goes.
But that's definitely it. It's bishop takes knight, pawn takes e6, bishop takes other knight. And Arjun, either he's unfamiliar with the exact moves in this position, or he's trying to remember his line. Because bishop takes c3, if you didn't know that it works out, it looks like it could just lose on the spot because of pawn takes e6.
Exactly, yeah. But if you don't go for bishop takes c3 and you go for pawn takes d5, white is considered to have a slight edge after knight takes d5, and white has some activity in the center. Whereas black's pieces are slightly clumsy. The knight on d7 is a target. The bishop on b4 can often be hanging. So I'm surprised, Robert, that Arjun is spending his time here and he has not played the move bishop takes c3 yet. If you wanted to avoid all of this, there's also the move h6 instead of knight bd7 to avoid the d5 push.
Right, he actually brought his knight in front of the queen, and rooks usually win showdowns against a queen on an open line. So if he takes on d5, I'm worried for him because after the series of exchanges, there are all sorts of threats for white to win a piece because the bishop on b4 is loose, the knight on d7 is pinned, and yeah, I'm just checking, I'm making sure that Arjun is still connected. It seems he is, and wow, he plays e5, so he doesn't actually take this pawn on d5.
Right, and now we see Nepo pausing. e5, yeah, it's not a move that I am familiar with, and we see the evil bar slowly creeping up. White should have an advantage here. The question is, how do you prove it, though? Do you go for knight takes e5? Well, then there might be a move like rook e8, putting the knight in a pin. There's f4, but then there's all sorts of bishop c5 checks, or maybe just bishop d6 attacking the knight on e5. So Jan has a lot of options here, and that is why he has stopped to think.
Precisely zero chance I would take on e5. If my opponent spends all that time before pushing up to e5, at some point I'm just like, Arjun, I trust you, let me work around that pawn. But I actually don't really know what to do for white. I'm always tempted to play d6. My coach always said it's the 20% rule, that 1 in every 5 times it's going to be good to push that pawn, but you should always consider it to the 6th rank. Instead, he develops his bishop to g5. Benjamin, I can't blame him for that, but now we're seeing a transformation of pawn structure. Who do you think this favors?
Yeah, very interesting position. We see that white has the two bishops, also d pass pawn on d5. However, the pawn on c3 is somewhat weak. The pawn on d5 could be weak. That being said, the pawn on e5 is a target. So I feel like Nepo should have the advantage. The bishop pair currently is looking pretty strong. Rook c1, pretty natural move to defend this pawn on c3. That being said, though, perhaps white has to act quickly. If you don't act quickly, and black is able to establish some sort of blockade with, let's say, queen... If the queen could land on d6, you move your rook in, then I think black also has the potential to get better. But for now, white certainly has a slight initiative.
Some clear long-term weaknesses for white, but as you're saying that if white acts fast, you can make use of the fact that you have a passed pawn on d5. And Arjun, he slides his queen out to c7, directly attacking his bishop on c4. And if the bishop drops back to d3, maybe we have e5 to e4 with a fork and then a pin on the e-file.
Yeah, that's definitely a worth consideration. You can also just play bishop b3 to keep defending the pawn on d5, or maybe bishop b5 to put some pressure on this knight on d7. Jan just goes for bishop to b3. And Robert, what's always so annoying about playing Jan Nepomniachtchi is that he always plays super quickly. And look at the clock. He is already up 1 minute on the clock. So let's see if he can put that to work.
Well, he put his c-pawn, that was a weakness, to work to defend that pawn on d5. It frees up his bishop. But that bishop on b3, it looks like just a pawn over there. I think in the near future, it will reroute to c2 or to a4. Particularly a4 because the e5 pawn will be tender at some moment. I like this position for white. I just think that the queen on d6 is not the best blockading piece. We'd love to put a knight there instead.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we see the move h6 by Arjun, bishop h4 very quickly by Nepo. And now let's see what Arjun is going to do. The position is not that easy for him to play because he would love to go knight c5 and rook e8. But the problem is if you go knight c5 right away, you hang the pawn on e5. And if you go rook e8, then there's bishop a4. Your knight is pinned and you can no longer go knight c5. So let's see what he's going to do. And we see Jan expanding his advantage on the clock.
And look at that, by the way, knight to h5. The bishop left control of the f4 square, so the knight hops out to h5. Suddenly, Arjun's feeling like he may have an initiative, and if white's not careful, in comes f5, in comes g5, that bishop on h4, it might run out of real estate.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see what Jan is going to do. I mean, bishop g3 feels like a bit of a pity. Now black can just trade. So knight h5, excellent move by Arjun. And yeah, a move like g3 isn't very appealing, as then you completely block out your bishop. Maybe something like knight d2, attacking the knight and enabling the move knight e4.
Yeah, that knight reroute to e4 looks strong, but the black knight gets into f4 first. He goes for your line. I think that black immediately has to play knight f4. He does that. And is there any sort of attack against g2? That's what black, of course, wants. For example, queen g6. You can't play queen g3 because then there's a fork on e2. But that's a little bit too obvious. He would have blocked with his bishop instead of his queen. And so that's why Arjun gallops the knight out to c5.
Right, and bishop c2 instantly by Nepo. I don't think he might not have been that worried about Arjun trading the knight for the bishop, but maybe he was worried about a knight d3 jump. And now we see f5 by Arjun. Perhaps at some point, Nepo is going to play bishop g3, attack the knight on f4. That being said, though, in case black jumps back to g6, f4 becomes a serious threat. So I feel like I feel like Jan should still have the advantage here, but it's looking very tricky.
That line that you just pointed out, that if you play bishop g3, knight just hops back to g6, that looks great for black. I actually don't really see how white easily saves the piece there. So that bishop h4 move when he played it, and I like f3, it actually opens up the diagonal for that bishop, and it was given an exclamation point. I think it deserves it. It's a great move. It frees the bishop up. But Benjamin, I think earlier when black played h6, it's now clear that Jan chose the wrong square for his bishop retreat.
Yeah, perhaps he had to go to a different square with his bishop, but it's always a trade-off with Jan. He plays super quickly, he puts pressure on his opponent, but sometimes that does mean that he makes inaccuracies. But here, look at the clock, Robert. He's up a minute. Arjun already only has one left. It's looking problematic. And here we see rook e1 attacking the pawn on e5, but the evil part does not seem to like that move.
And it looks like such a natural move. You're just going after the black center. What could be the problem here? Rook e8 play, but the e-file bar goes right back up. So maybe there was one opportunity there, one shot, not to take some Eminem songs into the show this early, but perhaps black needs to play b5 at some moment to shatter white's pawn structure.
Yeah, I wonder what the idea or plan is that we are all missing. But rook e8, very natural move by Arjun, defending pawn on e5. Of course, you could not move the f rook, as then you hang the pawn on f5. So now let's see how Jan is going to increase the pressure. But I think it's more difficult for Arjun to just make logical improving moves, and that's why he goes for g5, a very double-edged sword. He pushes the bishop away, but this also weakens his king on g8.
That's for sure the case. And whoa, h5, connect 4 on the 5th rank. But Benjamin, where's the attack? Like, you're just throwing your pawns forward. You're exposing your own king.
Yeah, exactly. An h4, nice move here by Jan. In case you go g4, pawn takes h4, white can seriously consider bishop takes f4, followed by giving up their queen for the two rooks. And I think that should, what, knight g6, queen takes g5, that's a big pawn to throw.
That's not just one pawn. f5 and h5 are both loose. That looks like 2 pawns are falling. So actually, bishop takes e5 now might even win a central pawn.
Yeah, that would have been a great move. Knight f1, also a nice move by Jan. He wants to go to e3. And again, look at Arjun's clock. He's got 7 seconds left. Queen f6 was played, but this is looking like it's going to be Nepo.
Right, queen takes h5. The queen can always slide back to g5 after that. You steal a second pawn in front of the black king. Jan, he's well ahead on time, Benjamin. This is what we expect from him.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that's why he's also the bigger favorite in the blitz portions. He is just better at managing his clock. He just plays super quickly, and I can tell you from personal experience, it's pretty annoying to play him.
Yeah, because he plays quickly and well. It's that deadly combination. And there's a rook on h8 now. Is there any potential for an attack down the h-line? The knight for black is coming to e5. That's an amazing blockading piece. And the knight can slide into g4, and suddenly the white king is not perfectly safe.
I see Arjun trading on f3 followed by rook h3. Wait, all of a sudden it might get a little bit tricky, but can't you just go king g2 and meet rook h8 with rook h1? And in the case of rook g3, you just go king over. It still feels like Jan should be in complete control here.
And he goes rook h5, step in the wrong direction because now he only has 1 rook activated for black. You need both of them there. If you swap rooks off on g1, that should be good enough for Jan, but he's taking a think, and that's very smart, Benjamin, because king f6, king e5, king d4 at some point could have been scary. Whoa.
Wow, and look at that move, e5. Great find by Jan. In case you would have taken with the e rook, I guess there would have been rook h7. He takes with the g rook for that reason. So there is rook e2 at the end, but now maybe a check over here. He goes rook h7. So where exactly is the win? Oh wait,
He just takes the no, he takes the bishop, but this looks like drawing opportunities for black. At least there's some chance of double your rooks on the second rank, but it's not quick enough. Oh, that's a brilliant move.
I like the professional approach here by Jan. He just trades off 1 pair of rooks, and now the game is completely over, and he wins his game. I thought, for whatever reason, that black had a fork, but the bishop is on b1. There's no fork at all.
Yeah, no, this was not accessible to Arjun's pieces, and now we see Jan with the black pieces go to his trusty Petrov. We saw this line in previous matches. I like it a lot because f2 is hanging, and it gets very exciting.
Yeah, for sure. So I wonder if this was his world championship preparation for Magnus. He takes a pawn on f2, bishop takes f7. This gets super sharp. King g6, I believe, is the move here. And now you are down a rook with white, but the knight on h1 is trapped, and the king on g6 is super weak. But I think Jan, perhaps he just knows it all.
And this was played yesterday between Wesley and Alireza. Alireza, the white pieces. And he actually obtained a big advantage in that game at some point. It was really messy. The white knight went up to d5 and somehow won the black rook on a8. It was a forcing sequence. But look at Jan. He doesn't look bothered. He goes d5, but that's a mistake.
Yeah, apparently that is not the move. And what happens actually in case white takes the pawn? Knight takes d5 looks pretty tempting. A fun line here, Robert, is that king h7 runs into knight f6 check. And if you take, there's queen f7 checkmate. So what do you even do? I mean, bishop e6, knight f4 looks problematic. Well, what does he have in mind in case white takes? And there we go.
And he goes knight c6, but the eval bar goes all the way up. This is the problem, or maybe the good thing, Benjamin, is that Jan doesn't know he's made a mistake. We see it. The engine is screaming for a win for white. What happens after knight h4 check to bring that knight in, and then queen e4 coming if the king goes to... Or knight f6 check actually is forced mate. You pointed it out before.
Yeah, knight h4 looks like a great move. I mean, what do you do? I mean, king f7 runs into this discovery that looks deadly after perhaps knight takes c7. Although, where exactly is the checkmate after king e7? I don't see it right away. But knight h4 looks like a nice move. I mean, do you have to go to h5? That looks super scary. And there's got to be a checkmate there for white.
Yeah, that can't be good. Oh, but Arjun plays bishop e3, still keeping the advantage. Why don't we bring up an analysis board here? This is a good position to look at a little bit more deeply, because knight h4 check instead of bishop to e3, that looked like a very forcing variation, and maybe you're right. Maybe the king had to go up to h5, because let's show you your line with king h7 first. Maybe that's good for the viewers to recognize the tactical variation. You mentioned that if the king had gone back, knight f6 check is deadly.
Exactly, knight f6, and the king is stuck on h7, so that is very, very nice variation. So I don't know what black had to do here. I mean, giving up the queen clearly is not going to be good enough.
But Benjamin, look what happened in the game. Look what happened. And Jan's laughing. If you refresh the board here, oh my gosh.
He ran right into it. Knight f6, and he can resign. And Robert, this must be so frustrating for Jan. He won a great game with the white pieces, but within a minute or so, he's already thrown it away.
Yeah, we didn't even have to analyze it, apparently, because Jan let it happen. He's laughing because he can't believe he just missed this, and he walked right into a checkmating attack. He has to either give up his queen, in which case he's completely lost, or just resign because he's getting mated.
Exactly, because king g6, knight h4 is checkmate. The king is stuck over here. All of the squares are covered. So, yeah, I think he just has to resign. Or, well, perhaps he can give up his queen. You do have a rook and a knight, but your knight on h1 is going to get trapped in the next couple of moves. So let's perhaps have a very quick look, Robert, at what he should have done. Instead of d5, and there we have the resignation, apparently the move is king h7 here right away.
Wow, so he'll have to learn that during the break if he wants to repeat this line, because it's way too risky to play like this in blitz chess if you don't know all of the ins and outs. And we saw Arjun, he steals his first victory. It's 1-1. And for Jan, you just have to forget about that. And Benjamin, let me ask you something. As a chess player, as a strong grandmaster, when you lose a game like that, do you feel like they're easier to forget about because you're like, okay, I'll just look at my prep later?
It's tough. It's tough because you just throw away a point, right? That's pretty much what happened. He did not lose because Arjun outplayed him or whatever. I mean, of course, the opening is part of the game, but again, in the first game, he outplayed Arjun pretty nicely, right? But in this game, he just threw away a point, so that must be pretty upsetting. And the question is whether he is going to be a little bit tilted from that loss.
And Magnus said that between these two players, Jan is the more tiltable of the two. But let's see how he rebounds in Game 3 here. This promises to be an exciting opening. We see that White has regained the pawn, but Black has these passers on the queen side. In your experience, do you prefer this from the Black or White side?
Yeah, it's an interesting. I've never had this actually with either White or Black. This is actually called the no-to-boom variation. I know probably most people will refer to this as the nude boom. But we see indeed that Black has these queenside passes, but White has big center. And after the move Queen e2, Robert, can Black just set the pawns in motion right away with the move a4?
That looks extremely scary to my eyes. I guess the one idea that Black needs to be very careful about is if after a4, White plays d5 with bishop takes f6 to follow, because you need to make sure that your king side isn't getting shattered. This is exactly what's happening. So, Benjamin, can Black just play knight b8 to d7? That feels like the safest option.
Yeah, that looks like a nice move for Arjun, just defending the knight on f6. Also, you can potentially get some control over the c5 square, and I like his position. I mean, Black has a very easy plan, just a3 to follow, b3 potentially as well. And I don't really see yet what White is going to do in the center. If you take an e6, no big deal, you just recapture with the f-pawn. And I mean, e4 can always be blocked with move e5.
And that dark square control is really nice for Black, especially for e4, e5. And those queenside pawns, they're very fast. I mean, a3 comes with the tempo. If you protect the a3 square, then b3 happens. That knight on d7 can jump up to c5. I think that Arjun should be very happy with his position from the Black side here, because I actually don't see an easy plan for White. He might have to stop those passed pawns immediately, like rook f to b1, and get defensive.
Yeah, no, for sure. This opening has gone much better than the one from game 1. And this is pretty impressive, Robert. As some players, they will stick with an opening even though it's not working. And also because in a match, you just play one game after another. There's no time to search anything up. So if an opening is not going your way, very often it's just better to switch it up and play a different one.
And knight d4 gets a question mark. Can Black just play a3? That would be my first instinct, to force the bishop back to c1. But sometimes the problem with pushing pawns too quickly is that you give up squares and you're not able to push that second pawn. So at least by having a4 and b4, it's kind of like hanging pawns in a way, that you have your choice of pawn pushes.
Exactly. I think Jan wants to meet the move a3 with the move knight b5 attacking the queen. In the case you take on b2, you can take on a8 first. So that should still be fine, but perhaps Black just moves the queen. The question is where, though, because if you go to b6, There's going to be bishop d4. So let's see what Arjun is going to do. He can also take the pawn on d5. Why not?
Oh, it's so funny. I'm just looking at those passed pawns, but e takes d5 does look like a free pawn. Knight f5 ideas come to mind for white, and Arjun says, I am not afraid of that. Normally it's a knife on f5, we like to call it, but this doesn't look much like a knife. It looks like a plastic one that you get on the airplane, so you can't even cut your food.
Right, and here we have the move rook a1 by Jan. Yeah, knight f5 doesn't seem to do a whole lot. Now, I guess he wants to meet a3 with bishop to a1. Keeping the bishop on the long diagonal makes a lot of sense. So let's see what Arjun is going to do here. One thing I want to point out, Robert, is that the clock advantage is not significant yet, but Jan has already sped up here, and that could certainly be a factor if Arjun drops one time again.
He recognizes that his position's in danger, so he's going to use the clock as that 17th piece. And something to note here is that as the board opens up, the bishops will be very strong. So I'm looking at this position. I think that staring at h7, staring at g7, as you point out, knight to f5 at any moment. The queen can go towards the king side, or even go back to a2 and just stare at the center and stop those black pawns in their tracks. I do feel like the eval bar suggests black is much better. I think it's harder to play in practice.
Yeah, queen b6, nice move though by Arjun. He's now threatening to go b3 and b2. And here Jan has a tough decision to make. Do you go knight b3, blocking the pawns? Well, it's possible, but then you completely get rid of all of your attacking ideas with knight f5. You can also go knight f5 here, but then there's the move b3 for Arjun. So Jan really has a decision to make here, and he's going to have to burn some bridges.
I don't like defending passively, so I'd be much more tempted to play knight f5. You might just scare your opponent. Arjun might see some ghosts there. There are knight takes g7 ideas with queen g4 and queen to the h file to follow. That h7 pawn can be quite loose in some of these lines.
Yeah, I like it. Perhaps knight f5 here, and after b3, maybe bishop d4 in between, making sure that your bishop remains active on the diagonal. And after the queen moves, then, like you said, there are ideas of knight takes g7 and queen g4, queen h5 to follow. So Jan certainly has some attacking potential here with the two bishops on these long diagonals.
I have a line for you, Benjamin. Knight f5, if b3 from black, maybe c5 for white. Because black's queen is overloaded, so knight takes c5 will be a problem with bishop d4 to follow. And if you move somewhere, white plays pawn to c6 because there are tactics with knight e7 check in all these lines.
Oh, that's a nice one. That's a nice one. So let's point that out real quick. So let's say knight f5. After b3, there is the move c5, and if you go, let's say, queen e6, there is c6, forking the bishop and the knight. And if you take the pawn, you take, and if you take the queen, there is another fork, and you win the queen with white. So very nice lines there by Robert, but instead, rook b1 was chosen by Jan.
Makes a lot of sense. He's just stopping the pawn before it can push up the board. The engine doesn't like it, but I think we, as humans, understand it. But what's the follow-up for black? Because you can't push your pawn to a2. I would be nervous to do that. I don't like pushing my pawn so far ahead of the other where I can't keep them protected passers.
Yeah, no, for sure. They can easily become blocked. Maybe knight c5 to prepare that b3 push again. And in case of pawn takes d5, you can then also take on d3, followed by bishop to a6. The question, of course, is what is going to happen after knight f5?
It looks less scary if you start stealing the bishop, so he plays knight to c5. Knight f5, knight takes d3. As you point out, that still looks very nice for black. I have a hard time imagining, the black king getting checkmated with just like one knight on f5.
Yeah, no, I have the same thing. I think Jan should have gone for it a couple moves ago with knight f5 instead of rook b1. Rook b1 just seems a little bit too slow. And here, look at this, Robert. He's just taking the pawn on c4, and now Arjun has 3 connected passers on the queen side.
And if queen takes c4, your bishop a6 looks like a problem. You win the rook on f1 for your bishop. That's an extra exchange for black. Maybe that's white's best option because I can't believe we live in a world where you can allow 3 passed pawns just rumbling up the board and survive. So I think perhaps you just take on c4, go down the exchange, and just pray that Arjun goes wrong somewhere.
Yeah, but I don't see it. I mean, after queen takes c4, what do? Do you go queen takes b4? Well, we'll find out very soon. But here, Arjun can just trade everything off. Take on b4, take on f1, play rook fb8, try to trade it to rooks as well. This looks like a win for Arjun.
This looks easy at this stage because there's a passed pawn on a3, and there's no threat against the black king. Rook b8 was played, and of course, Jan avoids it. I'm looking at the clock. Arjun's actually ahead on time, so no worries there for him either.
Yeah, no, great game so far by Arjun. What about the move a2 here, Robert? If you take the knight on c5, there's rook b1, and you're going to pick up the bishop on b1, or you're going to get a new queen. And this looks over, and the computer even gives it a brilliant move.
I think it is, because if you retreated with your knight, suddenly Jan would feel like he has some chances to survive. But after this line with the rook slamming down on b1, you end the game immediately because you can't take that rook. And if you move your bishop to, say, c3, the black knight comes into d5 and attacks that bishop to get rid of it so you can promote your pawn.
Yeah, now this looks over. I mean, and we see Jan resigning. So great game by Arjun, and he's now taking the lead 2-1.
And Jan cannot tilt. It's just a 1-point spread right now. It's not a big deal. So we saw yesterday, Wesley was up 7-2, and then Alireza stormed back in the 3+1 to win that portion 7-2. The script flipped. Whatever it is, that's what happened. But he's going back to his trusty French. I'm a hater of the French defense. How do you feel about the opening choice?
Yeah, so he goes into the Wiener variation of the French. So why do you hate it? Have you ever played it with white or with black, or where does the hate come from?
I've played against it from the white side a ton. I played it 2 times in my life that I can remember with black. I have one very career highlight moment from the black side of the French. I played against Vichy, so that was a happy memory. But I just don't like what happens to the light square bishop on c8. It's a bad piece. Now it's going to get traded. That's the good news. If bishop comes to a6, you get rid of your worst piece. But in so many French defenses, you just have this horrible bishop, and white gets all the space.
Exactly, yeah. So let's see if he's going to go bishop a6 here. Arjun anticipates the move bishop a6, so now he can go bishop to b5. And after take, this knight on b8 can no longer go to c6. However, often you can solve that issue by going for a very quick a6 move, trying to get rid of the pawn. Jan, on the other hand, goes a5. And look at the clock, Robert. He's still playing super quickly. And this is what I like. I think the French defense came as a bit of a surprise for Arjun. And Jan, again, has taken the lead on the clock.
Yeah, and for Jan, the French defense is one of his trusty weapons. Like Wesley So. Wesley grew up playing the French. They know it extremely well. And now that we've seen it take on a6 and the king has castled, I don't see this being a problem for black. In fact, the underlying structure of the French is good for black. If you get to certain endgames, look at those double pawns on the c-file. That's an issue. That black knight can now go up to c6 and a5 and c4, and suddenly white does not have good control of some key squares.
Yeah, for sure. The one thing, though, for Jan is that he first still has to take this pawn on a6, and after you do, your knight on a6 is going to be slightly misplaced. So then you're going to have to come up with a way to solve that. We see Arjun taking the pawn on c5. Interesting decision, and I wonder what Jan is going to do. He recaptures the b-pawn. Now, especially, black has a big structural advantage, so maybe Arjun has to go all out on the king side here with a move like h5.
Yeah, he is the only one with the dark squared bishop, so h5 followed by h6 would carve out those squares. So Jan plays h6 himself, but there's good news that the king is uncastled for white. It got an exclamation point because allowing h6 would be too problematic. But Benjamin, g4, g5? Hello, that looks like a kingside attack. How will black stop that?
I don't know. I think he just has to allow it to g4. Let's see what he's going to do. Maybe just rook takes a6, takes, and after g5. Maybe you can create some quick counterplay yourself with queen a5, but it seems like white's play on the king side is coming pretty quickly. But perhaps after g5, what if you taking knight f5, there's h6, so I don't know. We see queen e2 by Arjun hanging on to the pawn for now.
But the reason I don't love that move is because of this response. Now rook takes a6, we'll swap rooks, and then when the queen takes back on a6, white is not trying to trade queens. You don't go g4 and hope to trade queens. You don't ruin your own pawn structure on the c-file and hope to trade queens. The endgames will be favorable for black, so unless there's a move that I'm missing here, I don't like that queen e2 decision. It allows the queens to get in contact with one another.
Right, and right now Arjun is in a tough situation. He might realize that g4 is the way to go to create counterplay on the king side. However, we see that he's already down 2 minutes on the clock, and going into wild complications while you're so far behind and your opponent's playing quickly and confidently is not something that's easy to do. He goes rook a4 with the idea to go rook g4 and bring some more firepower in the attack.
But this is an idea that's so easily parried. Bishop takes h6 is a threat. The g7 pawn is pinned. The knight on f5 will sit there and be an incredibly strong piece. And then the knight on b8 goes out to c6 and maybe over to e7 to reinforce it. This looks strategically winning for black, so white needs to find a way to force some issues here. Otherwise, if black coordinates everything, it's big trouble for Arjun.
Right, and we see that Arjun finally castles. The problem for him was that rook a1 was coming very quickly, forcing white to castle, so he figured that he might as well just play that move right away. Rook a2, nice move by Jan, putting some pressure on the pawn on a2, and maybe now he can follow with the move queen a6, offering the trade of queens. White is to move their queen, but I don't really see comfortable square to move it to. I mean, maybe d1, but that's not very active. And then black is going to follow up with that move knight c6 that you mentioned. So right now, it's looking like it's all Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has a 2-minute lead on the clock and a nice position on the board.
And we see knight h4 and then queen a6. Jan says, let's get those queens off the board. It got a question mark. I don't mind it so much. It's not objectively the best move, but it's one that makes perfect sense. And look at this. Arjun, he's so committed to the kingside attack, he puts his pawn on c4. But there's something that Jan is relying on. If knight takes f5, e takes f5, the queen on a6 protects the h6 pawn all the way from that side of the board.
Wait, but right now it isn't. Can Arjun take an f5? Take an h6, sack the rook, queen takes, you are threatening checkmate. Is that a possibility, Robert?
I love the idea of it. If it works, that is brilliant. I think it does work. I actually think that Jan just walked into this tactic.
Yeah, because after g6, you can also take the rook here first. There's pawn takes g6, and Arjun is going down that line. Bishop takes h6, bishop takes h6 is on the board. So let's see what Jan is going to do here. This looks very critical for black.
And it's a move that's so easy to overlook. Your pawn is attacking a rook. Of course they have to move the rook. No, great awareness from you and from Arjun. Pawn g4, queen g4. That actually looks losing for black. I don't really think you're going to survive that with the king being ripped open. But is there even another move here? Knight d4 is like hitting a queen on e2 and the bishop on h6 and the rook on g4. And after rook takes g7 check, king h8, I don't see an immediate checkmating attack, but it looks scary for black.
Yeah, it looks scary for black for sure, but the bishop on h6 is hanging, your queen on e2 is hanging as well, so you're going to have to defend that. Maybe queen d2. Is there a move like f4 for black with the idea that in case you take the queen, there is the move knight e2 with a fork, there is bishop takes, but then you hang the rook on g7. So Nepo, he goes for knight d4. Has he figured out that variation?
I think he has. He kind of shook his head. That deserves an exclamation point. To kind of blunder, let's be honest. He blundered bishop takes h6. He didn't see it coming. But then to regain your composure and play knight d4 and work through these tactics, Benjamin, look at how much time he's up as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that is a nice thing for Nepo, that even though he has blundered this move, bishop takes h6, he can invest some time, recuperate, and then still find a way to keep the game going. So let's see what Arjun's going to do. By the way, queen e3 runs into f4. And your queen is under attack, so then in case you take, again, there's king takes g7. So I think queen e2 is a little bit better to make sure that f4 no longer comes with a tempo.
And he goes for that, but look at how quickly Jan plays f4. What is the best move here for white? Rook g4, you take the bishop. Maybe there's rook g6, so that when black takes the rook on g6, white takes the rook on f8. This is so messy.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that is the line he has to go for. There, the material remains even. Black, though, has the move rook takes c2 at the end. Again, you can still not take the pawn on f4. There's a fork on e2, and there we have rook g6 on the board. Jan instantly plays queen takes c4, and look at this, Robert. He's now fully pressuring Arjun on the clock. He has some tricky ideas in some positions. He could consider taking on f1, followed by rook a1. For the moment, though, white has queen e1, but you have to be extremely careful with white here.
An e6 played by Arjun. He's down under 15 seconds. Whoa! And Jan goes for the queenless ending here. But
what? King h2? What? It was not made. I think he could still have gone for that, no?
Oh my gosh, of course he could have, and he should do that, but maybe he thought the ensuing endgame was going to be lost, but this is clearly lost.
Yeah, you're just getting checkmated here in the next couple of moves. Wow, what was that? And Jan evens up the score. Robert, that's a shocker. I think he could have just taken and made rook a1 with queen e1.
Yeah, that's what he had to do, and even if somehow black goes up a pawn in that variation because the h5 pawn was loose, clearly that's better than what happened in the game. So Arjun's time trouble, I think, played a part in his decision there. Maybe he felt like he needed to rush it, he overlooked the tactic, but I think for Jan, that was really great recovery. He had lost 2 games in a row, he missed bishop takes h6, and yet he still found a way to win the game.
Exactly. He came back in this match with the French defense. And what does Arjun do? He plays the French as well. We see Nepo going for a different approach. He plays the advanced variation. And I like what he's doing here, Robert. He plays the move a4 to expand on the queen side. And now he wants to go knight a3 with the idea to go knight b5. And the question is, what do you do with black? Do you go a6? Well, then you create targets on the queen side. Maybe white can go for b4 followed by b5 there. So I like the opening here for Jan.
I'm with you. This looks very pleasant for white because white's initiative on the queen side is much more obvious than whatever black's going to do on the king side. For example, for black, you want to play rook g8, g5, h5, throw all your pawns at the board. That's never going to work out. White has the bishop on e2, queen on d1 staring through the diagonal. So I just feel like the clear initiative is for white, and black has to deal with those threats and then somehow come up with a way to attack of his own.
Exactly. So we see the move a6 by Arjun, stopping the knight b5 jump. Perhaps now just b4 by Jan, trying to break open the queen side as quickly as possible. And there we have it right away. Robert, I cannot describe this position as any other way than saying that this is a Jan Nepomniachtchi position. He's got a slight initiative here, and the moves are flowing in very easily.
It really is, and it's also an Arjun Erigaisi position, but if he had the white pieces. I don't think Arjun likes defending. It's not something that most players enjoy, although some are really good at it. But here it just seems like a free hand on the queen side, but Arjun goes knight f5, and now the big question, can you push these queenside pawns? But b5 might be met with a5 to shut the queenside down.
Exactly. Arjun wants to keep these files close, so b5 will probably be met by a5. You can consider going b6 there, though, to open up the queen side. He goes bishop g4 right away, trying to put pressure on that knight on f5. Does he want to take on d5? Certainly a possibility. Let's see what he has in mind. Maybe Arjun should just continue here with a move like bishop to e7.
Bishop e7 looks completely reasonable, and the key is the bishop on f4 is not defended. If it was, then bishop f5 followed by e6 would just win a piece for white, but black would be able to steal that bishop on f4. And Arjun, once again, down a minute 20 seconds. Every game it feels like Jan is pressing him on the clock, and it's bad news, especially in a position like this.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see what he's going to do. I mean, taking on b4 looks very questionable, as white has rook c1, and after bishop c6, a nice move, Robert. A knight to b5, attacking the queen, and in case it takes the bishop on c6 under attack. So he goes knight h6, attacking that bishop on g4. Perhaps he was really worried that Jan was going to take on f5.
And Jan probably will not take on h6, I don't think, because that hands black the bishop pair and an open g-file. There's not going to be a checkmate down that line, but the e5 pawn is very, very tender, and if you have to make moves like f4 to defend it, now all of your dark squares are weak, and only black would have a dark square bishop. So I would not take on h6, I don't think. And Jan says, well, I'm not going to do it either. Let's just go for the attack.
Yeah, he does not care about the bishop pair. Arjun can take here, but the problem is after queen takes, it's also going to be difficult to develop that bishop on f8. If you go bishop e7, there's queen takes g7, and there's not a very comfortable way to defend that bishop on e7. So let's see what Arjun's going to do. I think the move a5 looks like the most natural move to me, just keeping the queen side close for now.
But your point is well taken. a5, b6 is what you should play. Especially if this were bullet chess, you throw that pawn up the board. And Jan, he's doing that chess player thing. He's looking away, but he's really calculating. Can I throw that pawn up the board, give it away to open a file?
Yeah, let's see if he's going to go for it. And there we have it, b6. Nice move by Jan. Now rook b1, attacking the queen. The queen has to move. And then there's going to be knight b5. What a great game so far by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Every move has had a purpose, and now the b5 square is carved out for his pieces. Bishop e2 comes with tempo against that queen, but maybe black wants c5 to c4. It's a committal move in terms of the pawn structure, but it opens up that bishop on f8. So bishop e2, it's a one-move threat. Probably not the way to go, but there could be tactics with sacrifices and things of that nature. It's going to heat up here.
Yeah, for sure. And Robert, what about this? Bishop takes h6 followed by c4. It gives black a tough decision. You can take this pawn, but then queen c2. He goes knight b5. Now black can go c4 and bishop c5 and has a little bit more room to breathe.
That looks reasonable, but c4 would be met by queen d4 potentially, just trying to stop your bishop c5 idea. Rook g8 looks very normal to my eyes, but maybe your c4 for white, just keeping that bishop on f8 stuck and trying to open up the position for your pieces. It feels like the black king is not going to be happy to see that move c4.
Yeah, I like the move c4 as it potentially opens up this diagonal for the light squared bishop. Like we said, it also stops c4 from black to bring this bishop into the game. So let's see if Jan is going to go for it again. It's another typical Jan Nepomniachtchi move.
And the issue, I would say, or the downside of playing c4 for white is it opens up that diagonal not just for white's bishop, but for black's bishop, because the g2 pawn could be a potential target. So it's a very committal decision, and that's why Jan is correctly spending his time. And I sort of want to correct the record about Jan Nepomniachtchi. Sometimes he has a reputation for playing too fast, which is true, but he knows when to conserve his time and when to spend it, and he does spend it before playing c4, correctly evaluating, assessing that this is good for white.
Yeah, nice move here by Jan. I think in case black takes, you should wait for a second to play the move bishop f3, because if you do, black gets bishop c6. So maybe in case black takes, you play a move like queen e2 first, trying to regain the pawn. Black can not go bishop c6 just yet, as it hangs the e6 pawn with check, and you pick up the rook. So let's see how Arjun is going to deal with this pawn sacrifice. He goes bishop e7, but what does he have in mind in case white just takes here?
He's going to take back, I guess, and the bishop on g4 is under threat, so he wants to trade pieces. And his claim is that, well, he's up 2 pawns on c5 and d5, but then white gets these pass pawns of his own. So, Benjamin, it's a race. Do the c and d pawns, do they shine, or is it going to be the f and e pawns? I'm not sure.
Yeah, good question. Let's see what's going to happen. Maybe just queen e2, keeping the status quo, preparing to take on d5 at some point. And black doesn't have any easy moves. You cannot move the bishop. You're going to hang this. Moving the d-pawn has its drawbacks as well. Perhaps there's king b8 to slowly improve the position, and there we have to move queen e2 by Jan.
I feel like you're the Jan Nepomniachtchi whisperer right now. You're really calling his moves, and he's playing with force. So I like the way this is happening, and it's non-committal. And that's a good thing right now when Arjun only has a minute and a half on his clock. This is clearly a trickier position to figure out for black.
Yeah, so let's see what he's going to do. Maybe just king b8, although perhaps Robert, he has an idea to take on d5, followed by e6, attacking the bishop, and then queen e5. That looks pretty scary for black.
That looks nasty. I would not want any part of that. Of course, the bishop would love to take the knight on b5, but then their e6 point is too loose, so that doesn't look very good. Not to mention rook takes b5, rook b1, the b7 pawn is in danger. So I don't actually see a move here. I'm going to be honest. I don't see a move that I would want to play as black.
Yeah, and this is such a tough situation for Arjun. Like, he knows he has to move, right? He's got a minute on his clock is ticking, but it's like, what do you play, right? You're like, I gotta move, but what do you actually do? And he comes up with the move rook to g6. All right, okay, but now, in case of takes, and f4 would always come with tempo.
And Jan apparently missed something. He went rook f to d1, but the evaluation is still in his favor. So perhaps c takes d5 was more forceful, but rook f d1, to my eyes, looks like another improving move. If rook doubles in the g file, you bring your bishop back to f3, defending the g2 pawn and striking in the center.
Yes, rook f1, nice move by Jan. He's keeping the pressure on Arjun, and he finally decides to take on c4, so let's see what Jan is going to do here. You can recapture the queen, you can slide your bishop back to f3. Lots of tempting options. Also, knight d6 is there. So I think we're going to see Jan investing a little bit of time here again.
And bishop f3 is so powerful because bishop c6 is not really available to black, as after a swap on c6, you can't take with the queen, because knight a7 check would be a nasty fork.
Right. Can you take with the b pawn, though? I know it weakens the black king, but I don't see an immediate knockout just yet.
But I can't even look at that pawn structure. Look at the double H pawns, the triple isolated. Oh my goodness, we're about to see this pawn structure.
Right, and there we have it on the board. Look away, ladies and gentlemen. So now what do? He goes knight d6 right away. I guess he just wants to recapture with the pawn. Looks good for white, but for now, black is still keeping it together.
And there's going to be a queen b2 at some moment. Like ed6 threatens queen b2 with queen b8 checkmate, or the queen maybe even jumping to h8 if the rook leaves the back rank. There's all sorts of threats here. And he does take with the pawn. The king slides out to d7. How do you get to that king?
Good question, Robert. I mean, maybe queen f3 to go queen f7. But again, look at the clock. Arjun's got 17 seconds. It's going to be so tricky for him to keep this one together. Jan, at some point, can also just go pawn grabbing and be like, hey, my king is safe over here. Black's king is weak, so he should always have the advantage. So let's see how he's going to work his magic here.
Rook b2. What a quiet move, especially in your opponent's time trouble. King to e8. Does the king actually get to escape? I don't think so. You might even have d7 check in that position, or queen e5 as you're pointing out. So rook to g5. Rook d5 is black's next move. That would help save the king.
Yeah, for sure. That'll be a nice move for Arjun. So let's see what Jan is going to do. Maybe rook e1, targeting the pawn on e6, which is now unoffended. He goes queen f3. Is rook d5 a move, or are there some scary tactics for him? Maybe something like check on rook e1. And why he got the move off with 1 second.
Barely gets it off, and now e6 is under threat. He goes queen c8 with just a second on his clock. There's no checkmate right now.
But is there a move rook b8, attacking the queen? He goes rook b7. Rook e8 by Arjun. For now, he's keeping everything together, and he is up a couple of pawns. Robert, has Jan let this one slip?
Watch out for those triple pawns. They can go up to c3 and c2 and cause back rank problems for the white king. I don't see a checkmate. Queen f4 check. The only move for black is e5. You could take on h6 after that, sure, but then maybe the rook slides up to e6. This feels like one of those Sam Lloyd puzzles where there should be a checkmate, but I just don't see it.
He goes rook a7, but c3, nice move by Arjun. e5, okay, you take the pawn, but rook e6 or queen. Okay, I guess you take the pawn on h7, but what about rook e7 here? And at least, rook... Okay,
0.2 seconds when he made the move.
What is going on? Okay, Jan also now very low on time. Okay, he's got a move. He goes rook c1, and Arjun lost on time. Wow. Robert, what a game. Jan was outplaying Arjun, but in the one position, Arjun had the advantage. He loses on time.
And that's what happens when you're down to your dwindling seconds. Even when you play perfect defense, as Arjun did, there was that one moment where rook c1 suddenly froze him. He couldn't make his move in time. So unfortunate for Arjun Erigaisi, but a win there for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He hunted that king. He was persistent.
Right, and we saw that Arjun was a little bit rattled there. I wonder if perhaps he lost a connection there, or maybe he had a little bit of lag there for a second, or maybe he just had trouble getting that move off in time. It's so easy, Robert, with the 1 second increment to lose on time.
Especially when you have only 1.2 seconds for your move, but you can regain time on the clock. Arjun was doing such a good job of that, but unfortunately for him, he now trails 3-2, and we have another fun position, a H-pawn push, seemingly out of nowhere. Benjamin, I have not seen this exact position before. What do you make of what's going on?
Yeah, so pretty interesting opening. We see that black has the bishop pair. However, the position is fairly closed. And I think the idea behind the move h4 by Arjun is to restrict this bishop a little bit. It can no longer go to g5. Also, he perhaps wants to go g3 and bishop h3 to trade off these light squared bishop. All of black's pawns are on the dark squares. White's pawns are on the light squares, meaning that this bishop on f1 doesn't have a whole lot of scope, and therefore it would make a lot of sense to trade it off. But we see a pretty interesting move here by Jan. He goes bishop to d8, and I wonder if he somehow wants to activate this bishop on one of these diagonals.
I have a funny move for you. He went f5, which makes perfect sense. I don't know how that move gets a question mark. It looks very good. But I'm wondering if we could just bring up an analysis board for a second. And rook b3 was played, so my idea is no longer relevant. But is queen takes b2 possible here? Because rook b3 can be met by bishop a5. And I was wondering, once you take the queen on b2, bishop c3 check, does black have sufficient compensation? The answer apparently is not full compensation, but you have that Lasker compensation of rook, minor piece, and pawn for a queen.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it was definitely worth consideration, especially if white had to go king e2. So perhaps that's why Arjun played bishop to e2. But we have more moves, Robert. f5 was played. So we see rook b3, queen c7. We see trade on f5, bishop g4, and c4. I like it for Jan. I think he's creating sufficient counterplay. Maybe now queen b6. Queen takes b2 is a real threat, as there's no longer that move rook b3. And also the queen is eyeing that pawn on f2. What does Arjun even do here?
This looks problematic. He decides to swap bishops, which probably means knight e4 is coming. He plays that, but queen takes b2 is a free pawn. Although the engines say great move from Arjun, it was the right way to defend f2. But Benjamin, that's a pawn that's hanging, and how is white going to respond?
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. After queen takes b2, maybe white just moves the rook, and after bishop a5, you can just play c3 or king e2. And even though it looks terrible at first glance, you're down a pawn, your king is being attacked. Maybe it's not too bad there.
Ooh, rook f4 got a question mark, but it also looks like a pretty natural move. You're hitting the knight and the h4 pawn, but white has all of his forces towards the king side. Knight e2 comes with tempo, kicking that rook away. I feel like suddenly white is feeling much happier with much more space and control, and black is the one who's underdeveloped on the queen side.
Yeah, so let's see what Jan's going to do there. After knight e2, you can perhaps take the pawn on h4, but like I said, black is behind. He goes knight h3. So I guess in case black takes, maybe you just go castles. White is down 2 pawns for the moment, but this rook on h4 is somewhat misplaced. White's got a nice knight here on e4, which is attacking the pawn on d6. So, yeah, white certainly has compensation there.
In general, do you prefer to have the material advantage or the quote-unquote compensation when you're playing blitz?
Often I like to take pawns, but I think, in blitz, it might make a lot of sense to just go for the attack and sacrifice a pawn or two. Bishop e6 by Jan, but what happens in case white just sacks?
That's probably really good for white. There's also that knight retreating back to f5 at the right moment. The black king is clearly in a vulnerable spot. The white queen would jump out to f3. Knight takes d6. Looks like it's really going to hurt Jan here.
Yeah, it looks scary for black. I mean, there's also the move knight f5 attacking the rook. If you combine it with a move like queen g4, the king on g8 can come under serious fire. So perhaps Jan played a little bit too quickly here.
And Arjun just made the move rook to g3. He lost most of his advantage, and you can see Jan's face. He was confused by this, but rook takes e4. Is there queen h5 followed by knight g5, things of that nature?
Yeah, that looks nice for white. In case rook takes c4, there's queen h5, threatening checkmate on e8. And in case you go knight d7, I think there's knight g5. You take the rook on e4, you hit a pawn on f7. In case of knight f6, you give a check, king h8, you take the rook, and there will be checkmate on g7 at the end. So I think Jan really has to bring in some defensive forces with the move knight to d7.
And he does just that, and your arrow game is super strong. I just have to give you the credit that it's due. You've drawn all those arrows. I'm keeping up with you. I hope the audience is as well. And now that we're under the midway point, I'm curious. Let's get chat involved once again. It's 3-2 in Jan's favor. Do you still think that Jan is the favorite? Do you think that Arjun will be able to take this match? Let's hear your thoughts. Please get involved. But Benjamin here, knight takes d6 is played, and the engine doesn't like the pawn grabbing.
Yeah, rook f8, nice move by Jan. Perhaps there was something better for Arjun. Maybe move like knight g5 again, then I could move to e6. Rook g4 by Arjun, trying to trade off the one pair of rooks in case you take there's queen takes g4, attacking the knight. And you also threaten to slide into e6. So that looks scary for Jan. So maybe he just has to play the move rook h6, attacking the knight on d6.
Retreating moves are always difficult to play, but here it makes perfect sense. You kick that knight out of there. c4 is loose, that is true. But that bishop on b6, the rook on f8, they're doing good work in the position, aiming at the white king side. But what happens after rook h6, knight takes c4? Where is the black queen going to?
Good question. I mean, I guess you go to either c3 or a2. I guess we'll find out very soon if Jan is going to play that move. I mean, I don't see what else he's going to do. Taking on g4, to me, looks extremely scary. Bring the queen out into the attack. So, rook h6 to me looks like the move.
I'm with you. It's better to save your king than worry about where your queen's going to go to. He does play rook h6, knight takes c4, and queen c3. We see a quick swap of pieces on b6. So now we have a position where, if my math is correct, it's even material all of a sudden. But white's king, even though it's not perfectly safe, does feel safer because knight e6 is a big threat. Pawn to d6 at any moment could hurt, especially opening up that diagonal towards the black king. Benjamin, I would take white here, but black is, according to the engines, doing okay.
Yeah, no, I think Arjun's got a pretty nice position. Materials even, like you said, and he's got the initiative. He's also got moves like knight e4, taking the queen, followed by perhaps that move d6 that you mentioned. So let's see what Jan is going to do here. It's not looking easy at all. If this queen would ever give a check on the long diagonal, that looks deadly.
Whoa, e4 played. He wants to open up the diagonal towards the white king. If knight takes e4, there's likely some kind of queen a5 business, threatening mate, threatening the d5 pawn. So here, Arjun needs to tread carefully. I would go forward. Knight e6 is very tempting, but you do have to deal with queen e5.
Yeah, I think e4 makes a lot of sense from Jan, especially from a practical standpoint. So let's see what Arjun's going to do. He could, of course, also take this pawn with the rook, making sure the black can no longer go queen e5. Knight e6, like you said, makes a lot of sense, attacking the rook and the pawn on g7. Do you just play rook f7 there? Or perhaps you do go queen e5, give up the pawn on g7, and go king h8. Let's find out.
Such a tough call at this moment. And he does take the pawn on e4. So Arjun, who is down 2 pawns, suddenly up 1. That's a big turnaround in terms of material. And the black rook on h6 is doing a great job of attacking and defending. But what's the follow-up here? Jan, he seems to be struggling to find his next idea.
Yeah, you would love to somehow line up the queen and the rook on the h-file, but I don't see a good way to do it. Knight c4 makes sense. He wants to go knight d6 and bring the knight back into the game. But I don't know. It's all looking a little bit loose on Jan's end. And maybe now a move like rook e6, preparing to get that move d6 in.
Ooh, that way you can push your pawn. I'm looking at queen d4, trying to swap the queens off. I think you have to trade queens because your knight on c4 is loose, and white is a pawn ahead, so why not go into this endgame?
Right, but I feel like the endgame might be holdable for black after, let's say, trade and knight d6. White's got these weaknesses on the queen side. c2 is a little bit weak, a4 as well. So perhaps Arjun has to go for his chances in the middle game where, like we said, black's king on g8 does feel somewhat vulnerable. Robert, he's getting down to 40 seconds, so he has to be extremely careful here.
And he plays queen d4. I think it's because of the time. That rook e6 idea is something that Arjun would have seen. He didn't know how to assess it properly, so queen d4 is clear. He's going to be up a pawn, and if Jan plays perfect defense, great. The draw is going to be made. But, of course, Arjun has very good chances to win this game.
Jan now has to trade on d4. He has to play it quickly as well to keep the pressure on Arjun, and perhaps now knight d6, and there we have it. Maybe Arjun should play a move like knight e4. He goes c4, preparing to go c5. What about rook c8 here?
So rook c1, if b6, is there a5? Is he going to sacrifice his a-pawn to push through c and d?
That looks great. I mean, why not? I don't see a5. Sag the pawn, you go c5 after, and these pawns are rolling up the board. This looks great for white.
And look at this. It's even material. That's what people would think. But I look at this as it's essentially extra 2 pawns for white and just double A pawns for black that aren't going anywhere. Just bring that rook back as you're highlighting. Then bring your knight into the game. Push C and D pawns as you see fit. Jan is in big trouble, but he's doing a good job of chasing white's pieces.
And rook h5 attacking the knight on g5. Let's see where the knight's going to go, or it's not going to go anywhere. Arjun plays f4 and knight e6. Okay, now he's ready to go d6 and d7, so maybe king f7. Nice move by Jan, stopping white from playing d6 for now.
And what a frustrating moment, because it seems like white should be winning, and now the a-pawn, it could sacrifice itself, a4, a3, and just distract the white rooks.
g4, rook h3. Jan is so resilient. For the moment, white cannot play d6. He goes f5, strengthening the knight. But what about knight c3 here? Attacking the rook. The rook doesn't have a very good square in case of rook d2. There's a fork, so rook d4. He goes rook c3 instead.
And he wants to swap rooks and go after the d5 pawn, or take and go knight e4 check. That white rook on d1 will be overloaded.
But what about this take 6 and take on d6 and rook d1 at the end?
What's happening here?
You go down a piece, but look at this a-pawn.
Yes, and you don't have time to play king to g3 because a3, a2 is happening. He's chasing the pawn down, but that means the knight is passive and he actually made a losing move.
Apparently, black was winning after king e5 with the idea to go king d5 and king f4. He goes h5 now. If anything, Jan can win this. Let's see if Arjun can hold the draw.
I think king f3 was precise at that moment. And now, this is table-based draw at this stage. The white king going to the a-pawn, and then the knight will chase the g-pawn.
Yeah, apparently you're just in time to pick up the a2 pawn and bring your knight back to the defense. Yeah, g3, knight e3, and you're just in time.
Wow, and if that were an h-pawn instead of a g-pawn, maybe some of it would have been trickier, but this is well-known stuff. Jan, he shakes his head. I don't know why he's shaking his head, because he's lucky that he was able to secure this draw here.
Yeah, he's so resilient. Robert, he had a win in this position. He had that move king e5 with that to go king f4 and king d5. You go king up, I guess you go king here. King c4. So that was a big missed opportunity by Jan Nepomniachtchi. As we see, he still had around like 26 seconds on his clock. So perhaps if he invested a little bit of time, he would have found it.
And you saw Jan, he's still shaking his head. Arjun leaves his chair. The players, they get to take a break. But you're right, Benjamin, there was that one moment where it looks like Jan could have won the game. He couldn't find it. It didn't happen. But Jan Nepomniachtchi still leads this match by a point. Benjamin, what do you think of what we've seen thus far?
Yeah, it's been a very up and down match. I think overall Jan does have the upper hand. That being said, it feels like Arjun is very capable of mounting comebacks. So perhaps Jan has to find a way to play a little bit more solid and keep his lead when he has one.
Wow, I mean, what a start in this match. Arjun, he was able to storm back after losing the first game. Then Jan was able to win 2 in a row himself. So this has been trading wins for these sides. It's a decisive affair. We'll see who can continue in good form. But before we head to break, just like the players, we want to remind everybody of what month it is. It's September, but it's also Subtember. So it's that time of year. Through the end of this month, claim up to 30% off all new subs on Twitch. Subscribers gain access to exclusive break time content during broadcasts, unlock new emotes, use those Jan Nepomniachtchi heads, spam Danny Wrench emotes, go with it, mittens, and even more. Score an ad-free experience on chess.com. Don't miss out on the deals this September. Subscribe right now. But right now, I will be back along with Benjamin Bach. This is the Speeches Championship presented by Coinbase, and this is the match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Arjun Erigaisi. Do not go anywhere.
I'm Andrea.
And I'm Alex.
And we've been playing competitive chess since we were 6 years old.
We started by focusing on classical chess, but later we fell in love with playing Blitz and Bullet online.
Chess has been around for more than 1,000 years, but that doesn't mean that we can't modernize it.
Financial systems have been around for even longer. Sounds like it's time for an update.
And Coinbase is doing just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent.
Also, huge thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the SCC happen.
Go to coinbase.com/update the system to learn more.
Love playing chess variants? Or just looking for something new? Join us for the Variants Community Series. Every 2 months, we'll be featuring a different variant in a series of events and competitions. Learn a new variant and compete against other players for prize money, or just play for fun. Look for community arenas, streamer arenas, and championship events. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The third and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas, featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship. The Variants Community Series kicks off on September 7th with King of the Hill, where the first to occupy the center wins the game. But getting checkmated still loses. And join the Variants Club today to learn more about upcoming events, how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on chess.com.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Jan Nepomniachtchi leads Arjun Erigaisi, and Jan is no stranger to the Speed Chess Championship. He has had previous successes. Benjamin, we see what he's up to right now, but he shouldn't forget about some of these previous editions where he made it to the semifinals.
Exactly, yeah. Here we see that in the 2019 Speed Chess Championship, he beat Ding Liren in the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, he would have loved to beat him in another match. And as you see, Robert, all good runs come to an end when you run into Hikaru Nakamura.
We know Hikaru is the final boss. He's won 5 Speed Chess Championships in a row. And there is Jan Nepomniachtchi. I like the artwork on his wall. I feel like it's quite a lively room there. And his play is always lively.
Right, and is that a samurai sword? He's looking pretty aggressive, I guess.
We know that Peter Lecko also has one of those, so maybe it's what these great chess players have. Both of them have played World Chess Championship matches. Perhaps that's what you receive when you unfortunately do not win.
Yeah, no, I guess that is what happens behind the scenes. You know, the world champion gets crowned, but the runner-up gets a sword. So let's see how it will help him in the second half of this 5+1 portion.
Yes, and for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he wants more of the same, considering he has the lead. And for Arjun Erigaisi, he needs to play, I think, a little bit more quickly in the early stages of the game, because he was defending tenaciously in that one game where his king was out in the open, but he lost on time. So as we look at this opening, well, this looks like another great fight.
Yeah, so we see Arjun going for what is called the pin variation, if I'm not mistaken, of the Sicilian. However, Robert, from what I recall, this is considered to be quite dubious for Black, and Jan still knows it. This is always the interesting thing, Robert. I think Jan, for the World Championship, you just look at every single opening under the sun, so perhaps he's also looked at this one.
It's funny because this does not happen at the highest levels very often, and in some ways it resembles a French defense. Look at these bad pawns for white on the c-file, look at the e5 pawn that's hanging. The only way that I can see to defend both, because queen takes c3 is a winning threat, is queen g3, but then black takes on c3 with the queen. We see the queens come off the board. Benjamin, that will be a pawn up for black.
Right, but I feel like white should have pretty good compensation in that endgame. After all of the trades, perhaps you play a move like bishop d2, attacking the knight. The bishop can go to b4. Also, there are always ideas of, let's say, knight b5 with the knight jumping to c7 or d6. So let's see what Jan is going to do. I think queen g3 definitely looks like the move, though.
Queen g3, I feel like you have to. You don't want to give e5. That's way too important of a pawn in the center. So give up your double isolated c3 pawn. That would be the way to go. But you can see Jan is confused. So even if he knew the moves that were supposed to be played, he's probably not sure about the assessment, the evaluation of an endgame when he's down a pawn. So he plays bishop d2. He sees that he'll have compensation here. But whose side would you rather have right now?
I'm really surprised. I mean, I guess I would rather have white. You have easy development. The king on f8 is always going to be a problem. But I'm really surprised that he decided to give the pawn on e5, which is a crucial pawn, as now it's going to be easier for Arjun to develop. h5, kicking the queen away. And here we see Jan sacrificing another one. But do you take this one? I don't know, because there's always going to be bishop b4 check to watch out for.
There is zero chance I'm taking that second pawn in the center, because what bishops need is open space. With that pawn on c3, you could say, isn't winning material a good thing? Yes, but it's also good for pieces that are staring into those pawns. So the bishop would be happy to see that c3 pawn go bye-bye. And if I am Arjun, I don't know what I do here. Maybe queen f6, but I think that Jan will move his queen away anyway. But he steps in the right direction, and the e5 square is vacated for his knight.
And perhaps you wear Arjun there for a second, because he does play the move queen f6, offering the trade of queens. I'm pretty sure that Jan is going to keep the queens on, but how do you do it? Do you go queen e4, maybe then queen e5 for black? Perhaps we could have a repetition. Who knows? And there we have queen e4. Will we see queen e5 by Arjun? Or maybe like knight e7 followed by d5?
I like this repetition of queen e4, queen e5, queen f3, queen f6. That is not one you see often at all. But what does black do if not for that? So you mentioned rerouting the knight. That makes a lot of sense to me. Knight to e7, pawn to d5. But I feel like with the king on f8, you're feeling a bit nervous. Okay, or not. He doesn't feel nervous at all. He plays g5.
What a move. I was not expecting that one at all. And rook f1, I'm slightly surprised that Jan played that one so quickly. With the pawn on g5, I would be very tempted to go for f4. We see knight f4 by Arjun. And we see Jan trading on c6 very quickly. I think this position still favors Jan, as it's just easier to play. Black is always going to have problems with this king.
And knight takes e2 check could have been thrown in just now. But what Jan was claiming is that opposite colored bishops, we say endgames they can be drawish, but when there's so many pieces on the board, the side with the safer king is happy to have opposite colored bishops. The king on f8 on a dark square would have been in harm's way, so that knight on f4 is very important. It's both aggressive and it helps defend some of the key squares for black.
Right, so we see queen a4 by Jan, attacking the pawn on c6, e5, nice move by Arjun to defend it. And I don't know, it feels like black is getting more and more control of this position. The king will probably be sitting pretty safely on g7, c4 by Jan, but it doesn't do a whole lot. And I think after king g7, black's doing pretty fine.
Yeah, bishop c3 attacks e5, but black always has d4 to kick that bishop off the diagonal. So the king on g7 is safe. It's such a weird position, but suddenly I love black's pawns, all of those on the 5th rank.
Exactly, yeah. And it's going to be difficult for white to kick this knight away. In case you go g3, there might be knight h3. And also after that, black can go h4 to open up this h file for their rook. So we see bishop f5 by Arjun. Also a good move, bringing the bishop into the game. So let's see how Nepo will try to work his magic here. I mean, we know that he always does find a way. He goes queen a5, but I wonder what the idea is. Perhaps, Robert, he wants to take on d5, take on a4, and regain the d5 pawn?
That looks very strong. He's trying to collapse black center, and that queen can also slide to c5 with check. If the black queen isn't looking out for it, the c6 pawn will be loose. So I like what you're pointing out here. It seems like black center is on the verge of collapsing, but maybe you have to give up the pawn. Maybe you play king g7, allow white to restore material equality, and say, at least my king is safe.
Robert, I just wanted to point out, I think after king g7, he has this idea in mind of rook takes e5, followed by bishop to c3. The bishop is defended, and there's no d4, as that will hang the queen. So I think that is the idea Jan has in mind.
Wow, he tricked me, you tricked me, I tricked myself. But let's show that. Let's bring up an analysis board very quickly, because it's a beautiful tactical variation, and it does showcase the point of the queen being on a5. That if the black king slides up, you found the tactic, rook takes e5 is so nice.
Exactly, bishop c3 wins the queen, the bishop is defended, and again, in case d4, there's queen takes e5. So we see the move rook to c8 by Arjun, bringing his rook into the game, but I don't know, it looks a little bit slow, and this gives Jan some time to maybe take on d5 and go c4 to break up the position.
And it looks like Jan played bishop to c3, if we venture back to the live board. That looks like a very natural move, but it is given a miss. I think your idea was strong to try to play for more open position, but the bishop on c3, if d4 is the move, you have bishop b4 check, and e5 will fall. So I guess you have to bring your knight back to g6. It's not the happiest move to play, but it does keep everything together.
Yes, a knight g6 play by Arjun. Again, Robert, look at the clock. Jan up almost 2 minutes. Maybe just a move like rook a1, bring the rook into the game and attacking the pawn on d5. This looks tough, and again, Jan's moves come so easily. The thing though is with Jan, he makes it look easy in a way, because before the position looked very messy, but somehow he finds his way through these complications, and it's impressive.
It always is impressive watching Jan Nepomucci, such a speed demon in his own right. We have been talking earlier in the show that Arjun Erigaisi may be the favorite in Bullet, but we have seen it be essentially a bullet for Arjun against blitz for Jan, because Jan is always ahead on the clock like he is by a minute right now. So it's not an easy position. He's trying to figure this out. Do you take on d5? Do you start with rook a to d1? Black can take on c2 if you're not looking out for it. That bishop does stare at that pawn over there. And of course, black wants king g7, but is that walking into some kind of rook takes e5? That's one of these critical questions.
Right, and Robert, I was just wondering, after rook a1, what happens after the move d4? But perhaps we have time for rook takes d4 and queen c5 check, with the idea that now we take on d4, the queen is under attack, the only square I can go to is here, then we can take the rook, and we can pick up the bishop on a5, and all of a sudden we are up a pawn. Maybe that is what Nepo missed, and he played the move pawn takes d5, followed by bishop a6. I don't know, this doesn't... Wait, is this just a blunder?
Yes. Rook takes c3. The queen is overloaded.
Wait, what? I mean, you do have rook takes e5 at the end, though, with a fork. Is there a way... Wait, with queen f6 and... Wait, check king g7. I think you're just lost.
But that, I think, might be what Jan missed. He probably saw... Uh-oh, he just blundered even more.
There's still a check, but I don't know. He's completely thrown this one away. Will Arjun be able to finish this one off?
But I can tell what Jan missed. He saw queen f6, but I thought rook e8 check would win for him. But the knight on g6 protected the rook on h8, which is what allowed Arjun to go for this variation. Jan is upset with himself right now. He went for a tactical trick, but he tricked himself. And now it looks like Arjun's well on his way to evening up this match. But I'm still looking at the clock. 33 seconds for Arjun, a minute and 33 seconds for Jan. That's a big time advantage.
For sure, yeah. So let's see if he can somehow swindle him. Arjun goes rook d8, threatening the move d4, forking the queen and the rook. So not looking easy here for Jan. I think he's... Okay, I was just about to say, I think if he wants to swindle Arjun, he has to keep the queens on the board. But perhaps he feels like he has the best chances in an endgame.
Well, I don't think he has much chance in the end game, even with Arjun's time troubles. What Jan wants to do, though, is trade off the queenside pawns. If the C and A pawns are traded for the A and D pawns, and all of the action is concentrated just on the king side, that will make his chances better. The reason why, a bishop and knight are 2 pieces, a rook is just 1. They can team up on squares, but they need targets to attack.
Right, so rook c8 by Arjun, trading off the rooks. Okay, so g3, nice move by Jan, attacking the knight. Knight h3. That looks a little bit off. The knight is a little bit stranded over here. King g2 by Jan. You cannot take that because of bishop b7, but maybe you can go rook b1 and try to go quickly after this a pawn.
That would be important. He should go on that side, but bishop comes back to f5, and the c2 pawn would have been a target. So that's why he goes king f1. He's ready to take on d5, but oh, that's such an annoying move to face. Bishop a6 to c4. Pawn goes up to a6. White can't attack anything.
Yeah, everything is defended. And look at this, knight g5 by Arjun with knight f3 to follow. This one is going to be over pretty soon. Black has everything protected and now is creating his own attacks.
And he's threatening a checkmate. d4 was checkmate if not for that pawn push to c3. And, okay, well, Jan is going to go after...
Talking about
Knight
checkmate,
F1 mate!
there we have it on the board.
Oh my gosh! He put a mate in 1.
Yeah, and Arjun levels up the score. What a game. I mean, it looked like Nepo was doing his thing, slowly but surely increasing the pressure. But all of a sudden, he completely threw it away with that trade on d5 and bishop a6. And now we see a very topical variation, Robert, with a quick knight h5.
Yes, this has been very popular in recent years. I just can't get over knight f1 checkmate. I don't think I've ever seen a checkmate quite like that before, where the bishop and knight team up with the help of the king.
Me neither. Yeah, I think that's definitely one to go into, the checkmating patterns books. I've never seen it either. And I like this approach here by Jan. I think he's tackling the London in a much more effective way. White has the more active pieces, but the pawn on d4 is somewhat is isolated, it's weak. And the knight on d2 is slightly misplaced. Normally you would want it to be on c3, so I like the opening here for Jan.
I agree with you. I think that black doesn't have too much to worry about. White can strike with d5 at some point, but the queen, because the knight's on d2, doesn't see to that d5 square. I mean, you need that knight on c3 for white. That would be actually a very nice move if the knight were more active.
d5 is so difficult to find, though, Robert. The idea is that in case black takes, you go bishop b5, attacking the knight, and I'm not surprised that he doesn't find it. Let's pull that up real quick. So after the move b6, white had to move d5. In case black takes, there's bishop b5 attacking the knight. And the problem is that if you defend it, white can take and go knight d4, attacking the bishop, and the knight on h5. And if you take the bishop on e5, then there is knight takes, attacking the knight on h5, and you also have the threat of knight c6. So very difficult move to find. So that is why Arjun played h3. But it feels like now Jan has a very comfortable position.
Yeah, that's a position that showcases loose pieces dropping off. The knight on h5, it's loose over there. And in many of these positions, if black were to take on e5 and the white knight takes back, if the black knight goes back to f6 after knight takes e5, I'd be worried about knight g5 and a big attack. So I think that the black knight probably should go into f4, and that way you stop any sort of knight hops into the position.
Right, so let's see if that is what he's going to go for. Again, Jan, before you blink, he all of a sudden is up a minute on the clock. He goes knight f6. Okay, he's inviting that move knight g5. Perhaps he wants to go bishop d5, stopping any sacrifices on these f7 and e6 points. It feels like black should have the advantage because of their better pawn structure.
Oh, if Capablanca were playing this game, I would say 0-1, sign the score sheets, it's over. And the reason why is there's the isolated queen pawn for white. Black has a bishop pair, and black controls the square in front of the IQP. That is essential. You want to blockade that square. Benjamin, this looks strategically very bad for white, so that's why I'm trying to get tactical with knight g5, some kind of sacrifice. I just don't see how to make it work.
And he has to do something quickly. If he plays slow moves, like let's say he trades and he goes like queen d3, rook a1, it feels like black has a very good game with the bishop pair, the better pawn structure. So I like your approach with knight g5. I think bishop d5 is a very effective way to shut it down. He goes knight c3, also possible to make it more difficult for black to blockade on that d5 square, but rook c8. It looks like a very nice game here for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is now up 90 seconds of wait. And isn't this just a free pawn?
There are tactics with bishop takes e6 and things like that. So the engine, it went down in black's favor. Clearly, bishop takes e6 won't work out the way it looks like it should. I wonder if it's because the f2 pawn is loose in some of these positions, right? The rook on f8 opens up to that pawn on f2. There might be tactics that actually go in black's favor, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jan says, no, I don't want to take on d4. I'll make some kind of more solid move.
Yeah, so let's have a look. So queen takes d4, bishop takes e6. You have a move like bishop c5, but white can take and go rook e2 to keep this defended. So I don't see it right away for Jan, but Jan certainly is thinking about it. So let's see if he will take.
Such a big choice, and you know what's good for Jan is that he has time to calculate. When he gets ahead on the clock, it means that he can calculate critical moments. He takes the pawn, and bishop takes e6, seemed obvious, and bishop c5. Benjamin, you called it. The f2 pawn is loose. The bishop on b7 with the f2 pawn being loose aims at the g2 pawn for checkmate. Double exclam. Great recognition by you and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Right, so white takes here on f7, king h8, and I think the only way to protect the pawn on f2 is to go rook e2. If you go rook f1, you hang the knight on e5. Queen c2, I don't know, it doesn't look good. But the question is, what does black have there after rook to e2? Perhaps you have a move like knight h5, threatening to go knight f4, and in case you take the knight, there's rook takes f2. That'd be amazing if Jan finds all of that.
Wow, knight h5 is one of these moves that are so difficult to find, and if he does find it, it shows that he is in just top-class form for this match. The rook on f8 barrels down the f-file to the f2 pawn. The bishop and the queen team up there. And after knight h5, you still have to calculate a lot of things like rook to d1, but I'm guessing there might be a queen sacrifice in the mix in some of these positions as well. It just looks super complicated.
He goes knight e4. He did not find the move. All right, so now what happens in case Arjun just takes? I suppose you just have to recapture the bishop. But that gives white time to defend. The knight on e5 is hanging. He goes knight f3 instead. Attacking the queen also makes a lot of sense. Where does the queen go? Maybe you have to go to d3, or, I mean, if you go to f6, white just takes here. So perhaps Jan missed a big opportunity there.
And queen d3, bishop slides back to c4, hitting the queen, kicking it out of there. This suddenly looks very difficult for black to play. I could see black just dropping a piece at some moment.
Yeah, now this could go wrong for Jan. The good thing for him, though, is that after bishop c4, you can take an f2 and take the bishop on, or the queen on c4 in the materials even, and there we have to move queen d3. So what happens after a move like rook d1, though? That does feel like it's asking for trouble, but what exactly does black have there?
Rook d1. I want to sack my queen somehow. Is there knight takes c3?
What about this?
Knight e2? Knight c1.
One. You take on d3 and then you take on f7. That looks like the way to go. That's a great
That
find,
is
Robert.
That's really cool. That would be unfortunate for Arjun, so he sees that. But maybe bring up the analysis board, because you don't get to see a knight hopping around like that so much. So if instead of bishop to c4, we had a cool variation where knight takes c3, giving up the queen, but you fork the house. First with the check, then knight c1, you win the rook, and the bishop on f7 is hanging.
Right. But a fun point, after rook takes f7, there's knight g5 at the end, so apparently you had to flick in bishop takes f3. Anyway, let's get back to the game. So bishop c4 was played, the moves are flying in. Jan took on c4. We have queen takes, bishop takes f2, the material's even, and Robert, as it often goes, after all of these fun complications, we are in an endgame that is even.
Even material, and we see that 4 pawns, 2 rooks, and a minor piece for each side. I'm looking at the clock. That is not even. 30 seconds. Maybe make it 40 seconds in Jan Nepomniachtchi's favor, but it's not complicated enough for him to really have huge winning chances.
Yeah, I would slightly prefer to be black here, especially given the fact that black is up on time. But that being said, the knight can always be a little bit tricky. Knight g5, you cannot take the rook on f2, as rook d8 will be checkmate. So rook e8, very logical move by Jan. Now perhaps Arjun, if he wants to steer the game into a draw, he can go knight f7 followed by knight d6. So let's see how he's feeling.
I would do that for sure. Knight f7, knight d6, just swap off the pieces. I'm looking at the clock situation. The knight, where is it really going to? Okay, he goes rook f7, similar concept, trade down to make a draw.
Yeah, that's a tricky move though. So I guess in case it takes and king g8, you just go knight d6 or rook d7. Although black can play a move like bishop c6, and in case you take, then there's rook e2, and then we have a double-edged game on our hands. So let's see how Jan is going to deal with this. He takes on on f7 and goes king g8.
Okay, so bishop c6. This is starting to look like white is going to... You pick up the pawn at a7. I think you might be playing to lose versus playing to win, because rook e2 is going to hurt. hitting G2 and B2. So I would not want any part of that. There are pawns on both sides of the board, which means the bishop is better than the knight. And that's why he's chasing the bishop around. And after bishop D5, now knight D6, I guess. And you can't leave to E2 because rook C8 is checkmate.
Exactly, yeah. So, I don't know, it feels like practically perhaps Arjun is still having a slight edge here. After rook D8, there's knight F5, taking the pawn on G7. Also, you have all sorts of forks, then the pawn on A7 is hanging. So Nepo still has to play a couple more accurate moves here to save the draw. So let's see if Arjun can create some problems here.
This is well done by Arjun. It looked like it should just be equals. The eval bars at zeros, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Now you see that black is in a very passive position, and it's clear that white has the edge.
Yeah, so bishop e6 stopping knight f5, but rook e7, nice move by Arjun. The bishop now has to move, let's say, to d5, then you get knight f5, and it looks uncomfortable. He goes all the way out to a2. I guess after knight f5, you go bishop f7, so it really didn't matter where you put the bishop, but I'm somewhat surprised by this move, Robert. I guess, though, the bishop can never be forked over here.
That's the key, is that it's so far away from the knight that you're not going to get to it. And here, bishop f7 looks completely reasonable. But then what, Benjamin? Black is stuck after bishop f7. You don't actually have a next move.
No, you don't. I guess king f8, though, is there, but white moves the rook over to c7. So let's say after bishop to f7, you go like king f2, king f8, rook c7. And white definitely has a small edge there, which is not pleasant to defend against with 30 seconds on your clock.
When we're looking at the clock, good mention by you, that Jan is now down on time, and his pieces feel stuck in the mud. He plays h6. Okay, what next? I don't see a winning plan for white, but I might play b4, a4, a5, just to advance my pawn on that flank. And he starts with the king side first to protect his knight. But, oh, and look at Jan. He made luft for his king, so he wants to get active with his rook. That's really great awareness.
Yeah, rook d8, great move by Jan. In case you take an a7, black just goes rook d1, followed by rook d2, picking up the pawn. b4, but now rook d3, forking both the a and h pawns. And this one should be even, Robert. Jan now has plenty of counterplay.
It should be, and I think it goes to show that Arjun played g4 a little bit too soon. He should have first brought his king up, potentially. But either way, Jan is playing stubbornly, great defense. Does this a-pawn, or potentially a5, b8, b5, is there some chance for white to complicate this?
There's still chances for white. Yeah, if Arjun gets the chance, he would love to go knight e7 followed by knight c8. Okay, h5, Jan trading up the pawns. He gives up the g-pawn in the process, though. But I think in case white takes, maybe there's like bishop d1. And I don't think you can keep enough pawns on the board. Wait, rook f3? There goes the knight.
He blundered his knight!
This should be a draw, but Arjun might have to defend rook and bishop versus rook. That's not very pleasant.
Did you see Arjun? He completely overlooked this, and this is how you win speed chess championship matches if you're Jan Nepomucci, is you get a bit fortunate, you have to make the most of your chances, but now the pawns are coming off the board, so it's likely going to be rook and bishop versus rook. Benjamin, do you think Arjun will be able to hold that?
But how do you get there? Rook takes b6. I mean, if you take with the bishop, now you're pinned. So I don't think you have a good way to get there. a6, but now king c... Well, you're just pinned. There's no way to get out. Or wait, there is. Wait, there are definitely chances here for Jan.
He's out now. I think Arjun knows this very well. In Calcutta, there were some games where it was rook and bishop versus rook. You make a mistake at some moment, the game is over. That's the big problem about this ending. But he uses the Cochrane defense. He wants to keep his rook pinning the bishop, and then he can bring his king to d1. This is perfect technique.
Exactly. The idea is that in case black goes bishop c4, then you go rook to d2. But again, Robert, it's not easy with only 7 seconds on your clock. So let's see if Jan can create some problems here. We see that the evil bar is showing a draw, the table base actually, but it is unpleasant to defend.
No, it's not, but I know for a fact that Arjun, he is fully capable. He knows how to hold this. He just did it recently, so I'm not worried, especially as he builds time on his clock.
Right, so he again goes for that same defense, but now on the side of the board, so king here, again, now bishop rook b4, holds a draw, and yeah, he's showing perfect defensive technique.
This is the hardest part. It's the same defense, but you rotate the board around.
Rook b1 would have been an instant draw, by the way.
Oh, yeah. He's so confident in his technique that he's not even looking for the forcing draws. But it's rotating the board is difficult in our heads, right? At first, you're pinning along the D file, then you're pinning along the fourth rank, things like that. It's tricky for players to recognize, but Arjun, he's doing everything right.
Yeah, so now I guess he's going to go rook a4 and go king here or there. So let's see, right now, it doesn't seem like Jan has a very good way to... Okay, I guess now rook f4 is even possible, but he's feeling very... Wait, what do you do here? Wait, rook g8?
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
And this is
His
the
king
thing. With little time, it's easy to make a mistake. And now king of 4 is
How
coming.
many moves are
King of
left? That's the big question. Is how
rook
many moves
a3,
remain?
only move with 1 second. Wait, bishop f3?
Oh.
Check.
And king runs to e1?
Rook b2.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
He's in a mating net, it looks like. It's very close here.
This is insane, Robert. How is he holding this one with 4 seconds on his clock?
Perfect technique. Like, the eval bar, the table base has not switched. This game is going to conclude in a draw, and it does. But that was so close.
That was incredible. That was incredible defense by Arjun. He was pushed with his back against the wall. He had a couple seconds on his clock, but he made all the perfect moves, and he did not break.
Yeah, bringing the rook to the e-file there, that looks scary near the black king. But Arjun with the perfect execution of rook versus rook and bishop defense. Now he gets the black pieces. It's still an even match. And Benjamin, this might be our final game of the 5+1.
Yeah, so let's see. Here we have an Alpin by Jan. I wonder if he also had prepared something like this for the World Championship match. The nice thing about the Alpin is that there's only so many variations you have to know. You don't have to worry about the dragon, the knight of the Sveshnikov. You just have to know like the d5 variation and the knight of 6 variation. And I guess there are some sidelines, but you have a much better idea as to what you can expect on the board. And I like what Jan has here. He has a slight initiative. Rook d1 is coming and very easy piece play.
Right, that bishop on c1 can jump out to a square like g5. This bishop on c5 can be kicked with pawn to b4 at the right moment. So it does seem like white has more plans than black does in this initial position. And so look at Arjun playing h6. He's not committing to anything just yet, but look at how quickly Jan plays in response.
Right, so I wonder if Jan is still somehow in his preparation. I guess black has to play queen e4, offering the trade of queens. Queen c6 is possible, but it feels like you're giving white too much of a free hand. And there we have it, queen e4 and bishop e3. Jan's still playing super quickly. Robert, what do you think? Do you think he still looked at this? Or is this just Jan playing super quickly and confidently, working his magic?
I think he just made, I don't know if it's actually a mistake, but if we just go back a half move there, if he took with the pawn on e3, I thought that set up some tricks with rook takes d7 and knight takes b6, trying to steal a pawn. So there were, I think, possibilities here for white to seize control, because king e7 would not have been possible. But as we see in the game, on the other hand, the king is safely on e7, and white's pawn structure is not compromised. So it was a trade-off of getting quick activity or hurting your own pawn structure.
Yeah, no, I like that move, pawn takes c3. I think that was a great move, Robert. Indeed, rook takes c7 would have caused black some problems, and now it feels like the game is just completely even. I mean, both sides have 6 pawns. There's a slight difference in pawn structure, but neither side has any weaknesses, so it feels like black really doesn't have much to worry about here.
And you see Arjun trying to swap pieces. Jan says no, but this b6 pawn is extremely well protected by both of black's knights, and I think black can play rook a to c8. How do you make any sort of progress here if you're white?
I don't know. I don't see it. Perhaps black can also make progress here with moves like g5, h5, expanding a little bit on the king side. We have g6, a little bit more reserved. We see Jan going rook d2. Makes a lot of sense, doubling up the rooks, but I think we'll see both sides shuffling around a little bit here and not coming up with a very useful plan. That being said, though, Robert, look at the clock. Jan up 9, what is it? Like almost 2 minutes.
Yeah, Jan has barely spent any time. The knight just came out to c5. There definitely are tactics in the air, whether it's an a4 pawn going to be captured. There's knight b3, then the knight on d4 has to stay put for that. It's hard to kick the knight out of d4, of course, but there's definitely feels like there are going to be some tactics that both sides need to keep an eye on.
Right, and we see Jan just moving the rook back to d1. All right, so now let's see what Arjun's going to do. To me, the move g5 looks like a nice move to improve the position a little bit. King f6 also looks completely fine. For both sides, it's just difficult to make a move and improve, right? But that is where you just have to make one and keep up the pace.
It's more difficult for white, as you're suggesting. Look at after king f6, g5 is the move, h5 is the move, e5 is the move. And for white, you're not playing b4, that just hangs the c3 pawn, that would not be good. So he plays g3, a little quiet move, and for black, he goes g5, maybe h5, maybe he'll swing his rook to the king side at the right moment. But I just like this just a little bit more for Arjun.
Right, so we see the move rook e1 by Jan. I guess he wants to go knight to e5, h5. Nice move by Arjun. I'm starting to like his position more and more. He's got all of these ideas like maybe h4 at the right moment, opening up the h file, or in case of a trade, then you carve out the f4 square. And if you carve out the f4 square, there's always going to be a jump to d3. So it looks more comfortable here for Arjun. And there we have the move h4.
Looks really pleasant for black right now. I just think that you've gained so much over the last few moves, and white has really just shuffled the rook to e1, put a knight in e5, but hasn't actually created any threat. So h4 is excellent. The rook can slide to h8 at the right moment. Here the black king will slide back away from the check, and watch out for f5 at the right moment. Black continues to gain space.
Exactly. So let's see what Jan is going to do. Maybe knight e5 check. Will we see a repetition there, or will Arjun play for the win with the move king g7? Jan can also, of course, move out his bishop at any moment to c4. That being said, moving the bishop to c4 does not look that appealing to me, as the bishop can always be hanging. So it's tough here for Nepo to improve. I don't really see a way he can make progress here, and I think Arjun definitely has a slight edge.
And the time advantage is almost gone. It's down to 20 seconds before it was a minute 40. So Arjun doing very well to make good moves and keep pace on the clock. And for Jan, he's struggling to find a single idea. Even if he played bishop c4, I don't know what the next move is. And Arjun, he goes back to f6. Is he willing to make a repetition?
I think so. The question is really whether Jan is willing to do it, or perhaps Arjun is just testing the waters. He repeats once, and maybe now he's going to deviate with a move like king g6 or king g7. I guess he must feel that his position is slightly more pleasant. Jan normally would not go for a repetition, so I guess he must sense that there might be an opportunity here.
But let's talk overall match strategy. And Arjun plays on. He's always fighting. I was going to say that isn't Arjun the biggest favorite in the bullet? So maybe there's an argument to be made to drag this game out if he feels like he shouldn't lose, to make this the final 5+1 game.
That makes perfect sense. So we see f5 here by Arjun. So the knight now has to move. I guess you go to e3. And after king f6, maybe there's still knight c4. It all looks a little bit loose for white. That being said, black's position also is loosening up. The pawn on e6 is now a little bit tender. The pawn on f5 as well. So this could become double-edged. And I think the nice thing for Jan is that now he's got clear targets. And knight can go to c4 to defend the rook. And then you go rook ae1 and the pawn on e6. Wait, what?
Oh.
Why not knight c4? What is this?
Maybe he thought the knight on c4 would be able to be kicked out of there, but he gives up the rook on e5. He wants to take on b6. So Benjamin, he'll get a pawn and a knight for a rook. He'll also have 3-on-1 on the queen side, but it's not sufficient. That's clear. It's not sufficient for full equality.
Yeah, like, I don't understand at all. Arjun just recaptures. It feels like also here black has a very healthy advantage.
Yeah, maybe that was actually a smarter reply from Arjun, because the only weak point in his position now is e6. He can bring his rook up to d6 to defend that just another time, because white is threatening c4 or b4 to go after the pawn. And I think that rook d6 is just a smart move to keep everything together.
Yeah, rook d6 looks like a nice move defending the pawn. And again, what is white going to do? Jan does have the edge on the clock, but the rook on e5 is a little bit loose. If you go to e3, there's always going to be an f4 push to reckon with. So I love the position for Arjun. And the question also is, how are you going to defend the pawn on a4? I guess for the moment it's not a threat, as a6 will be hanging as well. But perhaps the real problem for white would be rook h8, followed by rook to h2. But not right away, right? Because now b4 or c4 creates counterplay.
Yes, yeah, b4 rook h2 check is just a single check. So can he bring he does bring his knight back. And we saw an exchange sacrifice on offer once. Of course, Jan goes for it again, and now we have a position that's super interesting. It is a rook for a bishop and a pawn, but make it 2 pawns, because f5 and a6, they're falling down too.
Yeah, no, for sure. And here, Jan certainly has compensation. The knight's under attack. If the knight moves, b6 is hanging, a6 as well. And here, the clock advantage is certainly a factor as the position is heating up. He goes to e5 with his knight. All right, so I guess in case you take on a6, there's rook takes c3, and black creates counterplay very quickly. So he takes the pawn on b6. But now what does he want to do? Is he going to go for a perpetual here?
If I'm Jan, I'm doing that, because rook h2 check really bothers me. I don't want to see my king on the first rank. So Jan has the opportunity to keep checking the king. He's going for just that.
All right, and so this game ends in a draw. Robert, we're going to have one more game in the 5+1 portion. Let's see who will take that one.
I think for Jan, he's happy to play one more game in the longest time control. He has played very nice chess throughout. He feels probably some confidence by gaining the lead on the clock. And this is now officially the final game of the 5+1. But Arjun, he's mixed up his opening this time. He goes for an English.
Yeah, so we have this move knight d5. There was a move e4 as well, but the players are still playing super quickly. Robert, this is sometimes what impresses me, that players play very, very quickly into something that to me looks completely random, but apparently it might be some sort of theory.
Yeah, I don't pretend to know the theory in all these lines, but the players, they always do. It's like, oh, I'm going to play some completely random move. And then they're like, yeah, well, I've studied this 18 moves deep, so maybe you should think better of it next time. Look at this position. Why is there a bishop on d6? A pawn should be there, but the bishop's probably going to leap out to b4 with a check, and black is castled. It doesn't have good control of the center with pawns, but does have a lead in development.
Right, I think black would love to have that bishop, let's say, on e7. On the other hand, though, he's got nice development with his knight and his queen out already. So let's see what Arjun's going to do here. Bishop e2 is a move, but black can perhaps trade. He goes d5, all right. So now maybe the move that you mentioned, bishop e4, or you start with the move knight e7. I think if Jan could go knight e7, bishop c5, or bishop e4 followed by d6, he has a very comfortable game here.
It will be comfortable for sure, and so white needs to be quick. Bishop d3, just developing. And after bishop b4 check, I'm wondering if you play king f1, because that doesn't make it easy for black to play d6, as you have a3 and b4 and quick expansion. I know I have to watch out for e4. I'm seeing that rook on a1 being loose, but the general point is that, and he goes for it, the black bishop is actually not a good piece.
Yeah, it's really shut out here. You want to go d6, but then your bishop could potentially get trapped. White also has ideas to go h4, followed by knight g5, threatening this pawn over here. There's also knight e4. And I don't know, this is right up Arjun's alley, but he doesn't play it.
But he might do it next. I mean, h4 is still a possibility with knight g5 to follow. I don't think that black can take it. Or maybe he'll go to d2. Yeah, he's going to the e4 square, so he's playing this strategically, but his king cannot castle. That is a long-term problem. And as you're pointing out, bishop takes e3 would be a blunder from black, even though at first it looks like a good move.
Right, so queen h4, nice move by Jan. I like the fact that he put the queen here, as now white can no longer go h4. You can also not really go g3, as it allows this check over here. So knight e4, attacking the bishop. Here, I suppose you go back to a7. There is the move d6 by white, but I mean, I don't know, like takes. Question is, though, how do you get this bishop into the game?
That bishop looks terrible. I guess you could play bishop c5 back and then push your b or d pawn right after. So it's one of these situations where I think strategically players are going to be very concerned, but he does bring his bishop out to c5, kicks that knight out of there, and that bishop, actually, the light square bishop will be very strong for black.
Yeah, no, for sure. So Arjun has a decision to make here. Does he trade out this bishop on c8? For the moment, it's pretty passive. And also, his king problems have not been solved yet. He goes knight e4, attacking the bishop. I guess you just defend it with a move like b6 or d6 to continue your development. Because also after bishop a7, white can just go back. But it really hinges on whether Jan is able to bring all his pieces into the game. I think if he can, with a move like d6 followed by bishop b6, or b6, bishop b7, he has a very good game, as white is really struggling to consolidate with the king and a pawn.
And Jan left his chair. He probably went to take a quick bathroom trip, but he is not seated right now. You don't usually see Jan spend this much time, and that's because he's not at his chair. So Arjun takes a lead on the clock. You made some great points there, and it's going to illustrate the fact that the white king uncastled can be in danger. But first, Jan has to return, and there he is. There's the two-time candidates winner.
All right, and he plays the move b6, defending the bishop on c5. All right, so let's see what Arjun is going to do. I think Jan would love to go f5, followed by e4 or f4, trying to break open the king side. And it's difficult for Arjun. I don't really see what he's going to do here. So perhaps Jan can still take a lead here in the 5+1 portion.
So it was important for Jan to make that quick repetition in the previous game to get this final 5+1 game. It looks great for black. If knight takes bishop on c5, the b-pawn takes towards the center. White's dark square bishop is a bad piece. You don't have open diagonals for it, and black is the one who controls pawn breaks. And I like to say this, the side who controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. Black can play f5, maybe f4 at the right moment, and white's pawns seem stuck in place. And that, all that said, maybe rook b1 to play for b4, but I know black will play a4 to stop me.
Right. So let's see what Arjun's gonna do. There's no easy plans for him. I mean, bishop d2, black just goes f5. I guess you trade maybe bishop c3, but it feels like black has got all of these pawn pushes. e4 is there, f4 is there, bishop b7, and there's no easy way to resolve the problem with the king. I mean, g3 is not really a move, f3 doesn't help much either, and Jan's moves just come in very naturally.
And so we see a swap on c5, the b file is open, and white's b3 pawn is a long-term weakness. So bishop b2 somehow given a question mark looks very normal. I think black can just play d6. I don't think I would play e4 just yet. I'd be worried about opening up that bishop on b2.
Exactly. I think you want to keep all of the ideas on tap. You just want to go d6 here, followed by bishop b7, then f4 at the right moment, or e4. It's not easy for white dealing with all of these pawn pushes. And like you said, the pawn on b3 is somewhat tender, so I think white should have gone bishop d2 to c3. Same idea, but just a little bit more solid. And Jan, again, he's working his magic. He's playing quickly and confidently and putting the pressure on Arjun. And it's looking tough. f4 is coming, e4 as well. White doesn't have any moves, so as far as I can see.
I don't see any good ideas right now. f4 looks very scary, or e4 followed by f4. Can't play g3, that opens up the diagonal, because h3, which I don't fully know what it does, and black's moves, the follow-ups seem extremely easy.
Right, so rook f6 by Jan. He's defending this pawn on d6. The one drawback, though, is that now you can no longer go e4 as you hang that rook over here. So we see f3 by Arjun. I guess he realizes that e4 is no longer an option, but I don't know, it all looks a little bit loose.
e4 still looks kind of interesting, but he first brings his rook to f8, and now the white queen goes to f2. This is very smart play from Arjun, because if the queens come off, then there's no attack, and that's why Jan brings the queen back.
Yeah, queen h5, Jan, of course, wants to keep the queens on the board. It's looking great for him. King e1, clever move by Arjun. He perhaps wants to walk his king out of the danger with king d2, king c1. Queen e8 by Jan. Perhaps he's looking at some a4 push. So let's see what Arjun is going to do here.
a4 would be nice to hurt white's pawn structure. And the king on e1, where is that going? Maybe at some point you just run Petrosian king march. Go to d2, go to c2. And it's hard to actually checkmate the king over on the queen side.
So rook g1 by Jan, a surprising move. I guess maybe he wants to go for e4, but I'm not a big fan of e4 as white can just go f4. I like this move much better. Knight c6 and knight can go to b4. Another idea, Robert, is to go f4 potentially, not right now, as it would hang the rook. And after e4, you've carved out this square on d4. But right now, Jan is holding all of the trumps. So let's see if he can convert here.
And the eval bar is going into black's favor. King d2, not recommended. Knight b4, and there's also d5. You want to open up the entire board against that white king. And if you get d5, that rook on g6 may swing to b6 at the right moment. And here it comes.
Yeah, d5, great move by Jan, opening up this diagonal for his bishop. The rook can swing to b6. Also, you can go queen e6, putting massive pressure on the pawn on b3. Maybe Arjun has to go e4 here. Try to create counterplay as quickly as possible in case black takes. Maybe you can take over here, but there's rook c6. Wait, Robert, maybe he has the second e5 and then take an e4.
And that's something that Jan for sure would do if he had the white pieces. Now Arjun has to return the favor. We saw Jan do this a game ago, sacrificing in exchange for that initiative. And Arjun plays g4. And look at Jan. He sacks the exchange on g6, gets the double exclam. Who cares about this rook? A queen landing on g6 will help deliver a checkmate. Whoa.
Right, so now Arjun sacks, but it feels like it's not very well timed. Now Jan just recaptures. You can take on g6, but black takes the queen. And I think now you just move your knight back to b4, putting pressure on the bishop. In case you take over here, I think black is very close to winning. I mean, he's just up a very clean exchange. White's got weaknesses all over the place. And the pawn on g4 is hanging as well, Robert. I don't see how Arjun is keeping this one together, and he's got 8 seconds.
And very smart play from Jan. Now there's the diagonal against the white king. Knight to a2 check. King has to go to the d file, then rook d8 check. The king has to go to the e file. Queen b1 at the end. That looks like it picks up material, but he takes a pawn on f3 because queen c2 is mate.
Yeah, he does not want a free rook. He wants to sack the rook himself. Queen c4 by Arjun, but you're not holding this one together. Rook f2, you're threatening checkmate all over the place. Knight a2 is a threat, rook c2. This is going to be a win for Jan. Knight d3 is good enough as well. And we see Jan taking the lead going out of the 5+1 portion.
So Jan Nepomniachtchi with a 1-point lead. The 5+1 is over. We had an hour and a half of action. Jan Nepomniachtchi wins that final game. He currently leads by 1 point over Arjun Erigaisi, 5.5, 4.5. So Benjamin, justified for Jan to go for that repetition and get one final game in the longest time control where, let's face it, the classical chess high-rated player is usually the favorite the more times at the clock.
Exactly, yeah. So Jan, he seems to be better at managing his time, so the more time there is, the more there is to manage. So I guess that is why he has the edge in the longer time controls. We see him always being up on the clock, and I think somewhat deservedly he's got the lead here. I think, it's been very up and down so far, but I think it's looking it's looking good for Jan, but Arjun still has his chances for a comeback.
Oh, Arjun's right there, just one game behind because of that loss there. But the action is going to get quicker. The players, they'll have to trust their intuition more. And just like quicker action, you might want your financial systems as fast and smart as the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. And they can be. Check out coinbase.com/update the system or use the command Coinbase in chat to learn more. Again, the command is Coinbase in chat to learn more. So, Jan Nepomniachtchi leads by 1 point right now. Arjun Erigaisi will get the break. He'll be able to review some of those opening lines, fix some of his weaknesses, and hopefully play quicker chess because right now, Jan has been too fast for him. This is the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll be right back for more from Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi after the break.
We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're going to see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're going to ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. When you see this guy, any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
Mm-hmm. He is.
Rabba.
This is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess? Okay.
So what, is he a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from
Yeah.
Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah. Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at chess.com. We'll get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Look, is this a London? Yo, we got a pro here with the London.
Full on London.
How'd it go?
I won.
The game.
You won. Okay.
That's great.
Hey, good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQpod. What is the URL? Just YouTube?
I actually don't remember.
Okay. look at the pod.
Become Chessable's next best-selling author. Enter the 2023 Create Your Own Course Challenge and earn a shot at $5,000. Here's your chance to bring that course in you to life. Share your passion for chess on an international scale and bank while doing it. Zero course creation experience? No problem. Grandmaster Maurice Ashley will show you the contest mechanics. Then our team will guide you through the publishing process, step by step, like we've done for over 250 authors. And best of all, the winner will have their course presented by Grandmaster Maurice Ashley himself. Visit chessable.com/create to join.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. On the screen in front of you is Arjun Aragaisi. Arjun had quite the year last year. Alongside his junior Speed Chess Championship victory, he also won the third Tata Steel chess event in India. It was his third victory. He won the Blitz portion, and in that 3+2 time control, he had two hot games against Hikaru Nakamura. So he was the 2022 Blitz champion in Tata Steel India. Benjamin, we know you don't win those tournaments by accident.
No, for sure. He beat Hikaru in both those games. He also tied with Shakhar Mamedyarov. And he had an amazing run in that tournament. 2022 really was his breakthrough year. He started off the year very hot, winning Tata Steel Chess in the Netherlands. He broke 2700. So he's really established himself amongst the lead in that year.
Now, he's been phenomenal ever since. I mean, he has been so strong. He did have a shaky start to this year in Tata Steel in the top group, the Masters section, but he has been able to right the ship. In fact, he lost that nail-biter to Pragnananda in the World Cup. If it didn't come down to that final game there where Prague was able to win, maybe it would have been Arjun who would have been lifted by the Indian fans on his return from a triumphant World Cup. And those two are very close friends, by the way, Benjamin. They were inseparable in Calcutta.
Yeah, no, for sure. So we see Arjun getting ready. He's a point behind in the match, but I think he cannot be too unhappy. He still has a chance to come back. So let's see how he will fare in the 3+1 portion. Robert, what do you think? Do you think his chances will improve a little bit, or do you think it's going to get tougher from here?
I think the quicker the time control, the better it is for Arjun. He's such a fast player. He's a very gifted tactician. And I think that Jan was building up these huge leads because Arjun was spending too much time. And as we see liftoff in the 3+1, Benjamin, I think sometimes we actually kind of believe we have more time than we actually do when you're given 5 rather than 3 minutes to start the game.
Exactly, yeah. And here we have the dragon. So let's see which line Jan is going to go for. He goes for queenside castles, d5. We see knight takes c6, followed by bishop h6. All pretty standard. I guess Jan has looked at this maybe for the World Championship, and Arjun is already thinking here.
That's not a good sign, because when you play something as sharp as the dragon, you need to know every single variation, otherwise your king might just get hunted. And Jan has played instantly to this point, but finally he slows down, or not. He throws his pawn forward to e5. Benjamin, I think we know what he wants. h4, h5, develop the rook in its starting square by going for a checkmate attack.
But what about this, Robert? After knight d7, what if you go rook to d4 with the idea to go for a very quick rook h4? And how do you actually defend against that? Knight d7, are we gonna... We see the move h4, also a nice idea. This one also does not look easy for black to defend against. So knight takes e5, I guess, is forced. h5, maybe there's bishop f5, so that in case you take, there's bishop takes. But Robert, what about this? h5, bishop f5. Oh wait, is this a line? g4, f6, takes g5, and then knight f7 is coming.
No,
I think this is a line, right? f6. Yeah, it takes g5.
Now that would be a tragic blunder for Jan. That deserves 2 exclamation points. The point, everybody, is that the bishop is captured on f5. The black pawn steps up to trap the queen in enemy territory. So that is why in the game we just saw Jan Nepomniachtchi drop his queen back towards e3. That was a necessity. But even here, this still looks very difficult for the black king.
Yeah, so you take on g6, and now, I mean, in case you take the knight, you're gonna face a fierce attack. So queen b6, I like the move by Arjun, trying to get the queens off. In this endgame, looks pretty fine for black. So I wonder if this is still some sort of theory that both players are aware of, or if all of these moves were fine over the board.
In this moment here, queen to b6, forcing the queen trade, because if you keep the queens on the board, queen takes b2 check is of course going to hurt the white king. Great awareness from Arjun, and even though temporarily white is up a pawn, white's remaining pawns are all in harm's way. The f3 pawn, the g4 pawn, and of course the h7 pawn. That one probably is not going to be so long for this board.
Yeah, so let's see where Arjun's going to go. He can go either to g7 or h8, also f7, but really these two squares make the most sense. And then you're going to pick up the pawn with rook to h8. In the meantime, though, Jan can try to create some problems with a move like rook e1, eyeing the pawn on e7, and we know how good he is with developing an initiative.
Rook e1's a great move. He instead plays bishop e2 just defending, and now he's going for the outside pass pawn. This is where the engine can be misleading for viewers, where it says 0 is not a big deal, but if the rooks, all 4 of them, get traded, white might have a winning endgame with b4, a5, and so on. That outside pass pawn is dangerous.
Yeah, he goes king d2, moving his king to the center first. All right, so let's see what Arjun's going to do. He could go d4, king g7, also very logical, bring his king to the middle. Rook h1. Rook h8 is possible, but I think you made a great point, Robert. It is strategically dangerous to trade off all of the rooks. White does have b4 afterwards. a5 is coming, and it's not very obvious to me how you're going to stop that pawn.
No universe where I would play rook h8, even though I want to compete for that open file. Instead, Arjun plays d4, kicking this knight, and if the knight goes up to e4, maybe the a4 pawn becomes tender with c5, and potentially even c4 for black. You're fighting for some critical space in the center.
Yeah, so I like the move d4. You're going to have to move the knight here. Knight e4 looks like the most logical. And then you go c5. Black has a lot of space in the center. And also, you stop white from expanding with moves like b4. So I think Arjun's has done a good job here. And I'm a little bit surprised as to why Nepo was thinking, as knight e4 to me looked like the only good square.
But that, I think, is what he wanted to do, is play the second move quickly. He knew Arjun would play c5, so he wanted to put Arjun back on the clock. And now that knight on g3, is it going to h5 with check? If the bishop goes to c6, which looks very strong, is there knight f5 check? Or bishop takes a4? That may be a free pawn, but knight f5 looked too risky. Uh-oh, look at the eval bar. It's because these endgames are difficult for black because of white's outermost pass pawn.
Right, and look at this, Robert. Jan could consider knight f5, and there we go. Black has to give the bishop. Now you trade and take. And this looks scary for black. If you go f4, king d3 to c4 to b5, and in pawn races, the bishop is always so much better than the knight. So let's see how Jan is going to create some problems here. Maybe c3 also could move. Like, this pawn d6 is always
excellent.
so weak.
Oh my goodness. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is displaying just unbelievable technique right now. First, doubling his own pawns, getting into a pure bishop versus knight endgame. Now c3, he wants to take on d4, play b4 and a5. And if you take on c3, the king takes back. Then white plays b4 and takes with the king over there. And then the b6 pawn will be hunted.
Right, so let's see how Jan is going to continue here. b4 makes perfect sense, trying to get the king up, or f4, kicking the knight away. Black can go knight c6 and meet king c4 with knight d4, but you just move your bishop to d3, and then b4 is coming to dislodge that knight on d4. So this feels like a technical win for Jan. But bishop d1 seems way too slow.
What was that?
King
I don't
d8.
even understand the point of it.
Black is in time here. Knight c6, king c4, king d7. This is just a draw now.
You know what he did? He saw knight c6 to d4 was stopping the king coming to b5, but I think he forgot that knight d4 is not forced here, and the black king goes to d7. He just threw away his entire advantage.
Yeah, no, Jan must be upset about this one. I mean, yeah, it felt like he had this one in the bag. He just had to make a couple more accurate moves, but now it feels like Arjun is holding the draw. So let's see, though, if Jan can still create some problems. If anything, you would still prefer to be white here. The bishop is more active than the knight, and white does still have some pawn breaks.
And these two double pawns, they may look bad, but it's not like black has a passed pawn, and they're all defended. Knight e2, the pawn up to a5, and you just shatter the defenses there. Oh, and the queen side, the white king will pick up c5, then go over and hunt a5, but this should be a liquidation. Knight takes f4 and e6 next.
Yeah, this one is just headed for a draw. Knight takes f4, king b5, and e6. This f-pawn is gonna get traded off. White takes over here. That being said, if anyone can still win this one, it's Jan. Also, Arjun getting along the clock, but I'd be shocked if this one does not end in a draw.
At this point,
king
the king
c7. Nah, it's
sits
over.
in front of the
it's
pawn.
just a draw.
It's easy draw.
Yeah. All right, but that was a shocker, Robert. Let's pull that up real quick. I mean, this game is going to end in a draw. Apparently, he should have played f4, followed by king c4 right away. And I think sometimes maybe you can even sack the bishop and go for the a-pawn.
Oh, that would have been nice. The a-pawn runs so quickly. It was surprising that Jan, who typically goes full steam ahead, he went bishop back to d1. I think he's upset at himself still, and he must have looked at this in the break. We saw this line earlier today. You don't repeat a variation where you got checkmated in the first 15 moves of the game unless you have studied it.
Right, but is knight c6 the move? So white can again go knight d5. You don't have king h7 because of knight f6 check. I'm sure he has looked at this, otherwise this would be insane. But let's see how this one is going to continue. So knight d6, maybe move like d6. And now we see Arjun is the one thinking.
But this happened yesterday between Alireza and Wesley. Knight d5, d6, e6 was what was played. And we are getting a repeat of that. Jan, all these top players, they're frequently watching other people's matches because they're learning opening ideas. They just want to have some fun and watch high-level chess and speed chess time controls. But in general, they do pick up opening ideas from one another. And so Jan, he might have learned from Wesley, and now he's fixed his decision-making in the opening.
Right, so e6 white is turning checkmate here with queen e4, so now you have to step the king back. There's no more knight f6 check as this pawn has been pushed up. And there we have it, king h7. So I think I've also seen a game here recently. It goes like queen e4, king g8, e7, queen here, knight takes. Everything gets traded off. You take an a8. And somehow it's a draw. That's often how it goes. I don't know exactly how, but yeah, I guess that is the line we're going to go down.
And this is the Alireza Wesley game. So this is, look, we're seeing just that. We're going to see knight takes c7, and the white knight that's on a8 doesn't get out of the corner, nor does the black knight on h1. So somehow it gets to an equal position where in that game, white stole a pawn, but the computer didn't mind so much.
Right, bishop e3 by Arjun. Okay, so he's continuing his development. He's going to go queenside castles. Mind you that for the moment, black is down a full rook. But again, this knight on h1 is going to get trapped sooner or later. Jan thinking again, but he does come with the best move, bishop d7. I think now is the time for white to take on c7. We'll go down this endgame, but I think with accurate play, black should hold the draw.
And the reason why knight takes c7 is needed now is if you castle queenside, black plays rook c8 and stops all of that nonsense with the knight capturing the pawn and winning the rook. So then black would be up material, white would still have this passed pawn that's dangerous, but I think objectively black is holding on, and that's scary to play into something like that from Arjun. He knows better. He is going to swap queens and take that rook.
Right, so we're now in that endgame, king f7, attacking the knight. I think here you go knight c7, rook c8. We were talking about the knight on h1 that's going to get trapped, but the knight on c7 is trapped now as well, so take. I think then you go queenside castles, and the knight is still trapped as this bishop over here is still covering that square on f2. But one way or another, black manages to hold the balance here. I don't know how to. You really have to know what you're doing here.
Yes, and king d2. Yesterday we saw castle queenside, and here Arjun was king d2. That way there are no pins on the c-file, and that's actually what happened yesterday. So this is a bit more precise from Arjun. He really knows openings extremely deeply. There's this famous video of him from Todd to Steel Chess India where he's talking to Vishy, who was commentating, and Vishy's like, do you actually know more of this line? He's like, yeah, here. It just never stops with him.
Right. Oh, Robert, look at this line. 94 checks. So if king e3, you take an f5, king takes c4, and then I think a crucial move, rook takes c2. If you take the knight, there's rook c4, and you're going to get checkmated. Wow.
That is incredible. Because it looks like you just gave away a piece, but Jan steals the pawn on c2. And if anyone's bet...
What?
Oh, he walked in checkmate!
C4?
Oh!
What?
And Jan's laughing.
But why did he take? Like, he was thinking, Jan blitzed all of this out. Was he thinking that Jan just blundered the knight?
Oh my goodness, look at Arjun Erigaisi. He is beside himself. Usually Arjun, you can't read his emotions, but he just walked into checkmate. G6 is unstoppable.
Wow. And Jan takes a 2-point lead. That was a big game for Jan. I mean, that's incredible. I think all of that might have been, again, some sort of theory. And I'm shocked that Arjun took the knight there. I mean, he didn't have to. He could just make any other move. It would probably be a draw. I mean, did he just think that Jan blundered it? It's incredible.
And we often say, don't trust your opponent, but I think here he could have trusted Jan that piece was not for free. We are getting a repeat of this earlier game. Oh, and rook e1 played by Jan. The engine doesn't like it. Can't black just play moves like d4 and queen a5 and things like that? Maybe not d4 yet because the knight goes to e4 and g5 quickly. But something like that, it feels like white is in some trouble.
This feels like it gives black way too much of a free hand on the queen side. I mean, knight c5 followed by queen a5 or queen a5 right away. I guess maybe now e6 has to be played to create counterplay as quickly as possible. But rook e1 to me looks way too slow. I'm surprised that Jan thought that this is the way to go.
What is this? I mean, he, instead of having an attack with h4, h5, he did give up a pawn in that game, at least temporarily. But now he's doing queen back to d2. It feels like black has like 3 free turns. And now knight c5 just played as soon as I brought it up. And this looks very dangerous for white.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by what Jan is doing here. It's pretty interesting. We saw in the last game how he improved on his opening in the Petrov, but here it feels like he's worsened his opening by going down this line with Rook E1, which doesn't seem to be doing anything. Black just has all the attack on the queen side. Bishop F5 is coming, Queen B4 is there. At some point, you can even consider sacking the Rook. And now Jan is thinking, but he goes A3.
Now! Rook takes B2! Yeah, because Knight A4 check to follow.
That looks great. Is he going to go for it? I mean...
There's no way Arjun will miss this. It is just brute force. And I think Jan now sees it. The way he's looking at this position, like, uh-oh, what am I doing here? How do you win a game like that? By delivering a checkmate and then immediately walk into a mating attack?
Right, I think that is Jan. Like, we've talked about this before the break. We said that it feels like Jan is having the upper hand, but it feels like he's letting Arjun win games too easily. He had that game earlier in the Petrov where he lost right out of the opening. And the same thing here. If you're playing a match, you're going to have to work hard to win games. But if you just throw the game after, all of your hard work has been for nothing.
Because he's still going to be up 1 point. That's the good news. But he was up by 2 and immediately let Arjun feel like he's right back in this match. When you crush somebody, especially one of the top players in the world like this, you start feeling really, really good about your chess. And what is happening? Rook B8, Rook B1, Queen takes A3. That's the mating sequence. But he goes Queen B2 to stop Rook B8, at least for a move.
Yeah, exactly. And C5, great move by Arjun. White would have loved to go Queen B4 to offer queen trade, but now that is not available. You simply do not have a way to get rid of this knight on C3. And Black probably has all the time in the world to go, let's say, D4, maybe King G7 even, to prepare Rook B8. White does not take with a check, and then you take here with checkmate. Knight A4. Robert, this one is over. The queen is under attack. You have to defend the rook, but if you go here, there's queen c3, there's d4, and there's rook b8. Arjun's gonna come back within the point, and there we have it.
I mean, it's one of the easiest wins you'll see at this high level. And for this match, as you mentioned, Benjamin, we've seen 2 absolutely horrific games from Jan, where he just hands Arjun extremely quick victories. So Jan, at his peak, we've seen some great games from him, but then he also has the other side of Jan, where he's lost in pretty much 20 moves in 2 different contests.
Yeah, again, it feels like he should be in more control in this match. Like, I think it's really been some unfortunate losses that, to me, seem quite unnecessary. So he just has to get rid of those, and then I think he's got a really good shot at winning, but right now, Arjun is very much in the match as well. So here we see in English with Black taking sort of a reversed closed Sicilian setup. 92 by Arjun. He wants to go b5 and target that pawn on b7.
Why not? You use that bishop on g2 to your advantage, and the queen goes to c8, both to protect b7, and bishop h3 is an idea, trying to trade the fianchetto bishop. So the last 2 games from both sides have been bad, because Arjun walked into checkmate right there, and then Jan did pretty much the same thing. Now we have a positional battle. Do you think that they're intentionally changing the dynamics of the position?
I think so, yeah. I think Arjun realized that with 1e4, Jan has it covered with the Petrov defense. Arjun really wasn't able to do anything there, and so he switches it up. Okay, so bishop h3, nice move by Jan. I want to, like, he was sacking a pawn with this move, but in case you take on c7, I guess knight at g4 is way too dangerous for white, so Arjun just traded over here. And this one, to me, looks pretty fine for black right now.
There's no targets to exploit, and we see that the bishop on f6 is kind of an awkward piece, but we have just seen white push to b6 and black push forward to c5. So a couple more moves are in there, and this looks dangerous for black because the d6 pawn is loose and the h6 pawn is loose. Oof, this is odd. Queen c6 check, of course. That way the d6 pawn was defended tactically.
Right, so e4 by Arjun to block it. Okay, now rook a6. The pawn on b6 can easily become a weakness. It goes knight d5, but now I think black can easily create counterplay on the king side with f5 coming. So I'm starting to like it for Jan. He's got the only open file on the board. The b6 pawn feels like a weakness, and f5 is coming as well.
Looks really good. I mean, now that white's pawn structure is compromised, f5, as you mentioned, the king on g2 is in much worse shape and the king on g8. But he starts with h5, so it's clear that when he does play f5, he's going to take with a piece, which he probably want to do anyway. I love this for black.
Yeah, now this looks great. Rook a8, he's going for more of a positional approach. For now, he's holding back on that idea of f5, although he can still go for it. White can take, but then the pawn on d5 is always going to be terribly weak. So it's looking great for Jan Nepomniachtchi. So let's see how he will continue from here. Again, I feel like he's really got to try to avoid those unnecessary losses, because I think if they play chess, Jan seems to be the better player.
He is higher rated in classical chess. Arjun, still quite young. He's improving. And he's improving his position after the move f4, going right after the black king. Now white can take on e5 or even throw in the move f5 at the right moment. But Benjamin, look at this. Rook f2, rook f1, and the black king does not look very safe.
But what about this move? Queen to g4, threatening bishop takes h4. And how do you defend against that? Maybe queen d1. I think you have to try to get the queens off as quickly as possible. Otherwise, there's going to be a second h4.
Fantastic move, queen to g4. This looks like a huge issue for the white king. I was just saying how he walks into bishop takes h4.
Wait, but what about this, Robert? Rook takes b2 followed by bishop takes c5, taking the rook, and upon a g3. That looks great for Jan.
And Jan, he looked aside. I think he sees it. He's just making sure that it's correct. You double, triple check. But rook takes b2, then bishop takes e5, hits whatever captures on b2 and the g3 pawn at the same time. Black has a huge advantage right now.
Right, so let's see, rook takes b2. I mean, it's attacking the queen. You're gonna have to take. So let's say you take with this rook takes b2, so bishop takes c5. Maybe a rook f3. I guess you have to defend this pawn over here. So rook f3 to me looks forced. Or, I mean, d4 hangs e4.
But you're gonna love this move. Rook f3, c4 for black, because the queen can't take on c4 as the rook on b2 is loose, and d takes c4 unless queen takes e4 after you take this rook on b2. So you're just loosening up white's defenses. I think c4, if you flick that in, it should lead to a big advantage for black. After rook f3, of course.
I like that one, but it feels like after queen takes c4, it might still be manageable for white. Maybe you have to move queen f6, and there we have to move rook f3. He goes for the move c4. Robert, he might have also had the idea to go g5, takes h4, but we're going down that line. I feel like after takes, queen takes c4, is there queen f6? Check, king h3. Oh, no, wait, king h3, there's checkmate. Never mind.
So wait, where does the king go? Just walks back to g1 there?
Wait,
and then
king g1, there's queen e1 and queen takes g3, but there might be king h1. Check rook f1. He has to find queen f6.
That's so difficult to spot because you're actually walking your king into what looks like a checkmating net. But if he doesn't play queen f6, he's toast.
Nah, he's toast. Takes on c4, rook a2 is coming. Jan is up a pawn here. And he's got a great position. Rook a1, nah, it's over. Rook a1.
Just checkmate.
And queen e1.
Oh.
He just picks up the pawn. This is brutal.
Yeah, he's 2 pawns ahead. He can play rook h1 check now. And after rook h2, queen g1 maybe? And just force everything off the board.
Yeah, and there's only one check for Arjun. So great win here for Jan, who again opens up a 2-point lead.
See, when Jan is finding those tactics, which he has been throughout the match, he seems unstoppable. And then you say the only person who can stop Jan is Jan himself. And when he plays these clunkers, losing right at the opening.
Right, and again, we see a French defense. Jan repeating the same variation that he played in the 5+1 portion. I liked how it worked out for him. I think 97 is a good move by Arjun. I think in that game, he castles right away, and Jan was very quickly with a4 and knight a3. Here, knight g6 is coming a little bit faster, putting pressure on the bishop and the pawn on a5. He goes for a4 anyway, and I guess his idea is just to sag this pawn over here, because if you take, you're going to walk into an unpleasant pin.
But to your point, it does look better for black because the king can still go in either direction. So white can't just play b4 here. You give away a pawn. That's not good. And then bishop goes to e7. And then at some point you decide, do I castle queenside or kingside? And then you make white look out in both directions.
Right, and after this move a6, the knight on a3 all of a sudden looks a little bit misplaced. They can no longer go to b5. It can go to c2, but what is it really doing over there? Black can also just consider taking this pawn over here. Play bishop d6 after, neutralize the pin, followed by kingside castles. And why is black not just up a pawn with a good position? So I really like what Arjun's done here. He's really improved on his opening.
And I feel like for white, you need to save that pawn e5, so rook e1 makes sense, but bishop e7. Black's next few moves seem very obvious, and white is struggling to keep everything together. Black can throw in c4 at some point, and whoa, speaking of struggling, Jan's internet connection is struggling. His camera just went out, his connection is gone. He needs to get that back because this would be another game where he's handing a point to Arjun. You can't afford that in an SEC match.
Yeah, let's hope he gets back quickly. Maybe you can go like bishop g3 followed by 4, but like we said, the moves are looking very natural here for Arjun. You can also go c4 followed by bishop c5 and kingside castles. I like his position, but let's hope we can get Jan back as quickly as possible, because this is tough. Even if he makes it in time, he now has a big time deficit.
And we know how fast he is, but when you're down 2 minutes, maybe even 3 minutes if he comes back with like 5 seconds left, playing Arjun in this position, that will not be fun. So no Jan Nepomniachtchi in sight for now. And Benjamin, these are the types of things that can turn matches around.
Yeah, and this might upset Jan a little bit. It's certainly quite tilting if your internet connection all of a sudden fails you. And he's down at 50 seconds, Robert. I don't know if he's going to make it back in time. I mean, sometimes there might just be an issue that is very difficult to resolve. So let's hope he can make it back, as nobody really wants to see him lose this way.
Even Arjun, no player really wants to win on time in a... honestly, this position looks pretty good for Black, so he would rather win over the board. And if Jan is not back, he will lose this game on time, but the next game will not start. They will give the players some time to figure out the connection, because as you said, no one wants to win a match like this, especially not Arjun Erigaisi. He wants to beat Jan over the board, and he still has a good chance of that. Whether he's down 1 point or 2, he, I believe, is the stronger bullet player, so he always has that time control to look forward to.
And Jan is down his last 6 seconds. I don't think he's going to make it back. And Robert, it reminds me of that Title Tuesday last round. He showed up like 40 seconds late. And I thought to myself that, hey, if he doesn't show up, I don't mind. I just win the Title Tuesday. But yeah, we see Arjun here winning the game. It's very unfortunate. Yeah, Jan lost his connection. And now it's back to 1 point.
Unfortunate for Arjun, but good news for Arjun. Oh, sorry, unfortunate for Jan, excuse me, but good for Arjun. I'm mixing up my words, as the players, they are not going to play their next game until Jan's connection is restored. But it is a 1 point difference between these two players. We are going to go to a break, and when we return, we hope that Jan's connection is back with us. So stay tuned, everybody. More from the Speechless Championship presented by Coinbase when we return.
God, it's the same thing every time. Why did you en passant, bro? I swear to God, en passant should be forced. All my friends watching, and this day is taking forever. Play faster. If I could move this pawn backwards, it would basically be checkmate. Oh! And draws are dumb. I should be able to flag him no matter how many times I repeat moves. 1400 years, and it's the same game every time. You know what? It's time for some updates. I'm tired of this. I'm doing it. Stalemate is now a win for the player who gets stalemated. You're welcome, Eric Rosen.
Hey, it's the Rosen trap.
Pawns can move backwards. Why has that never not been a rule?
Pawns can move backwards now?
Every piece should be allowed to en passant.
What? That's not even possible. How?
Ship it. Dunzo. Update. Enter.
Why isn't it ending? There's just 2 kings on the board. What is this purgatory?
This is so awesome what we're doing here. Guys, we're changing chess. Why can't people just move however they want, whenever they want?
Wait, what? Checkmate? Do I not get to move?
From now on, c4 actually explodes. Pawns are weak no more. Pawns can promote on the first move. Update! Take that, bro! Woo! I'm not sure I made the users as happy as I thought I would. Maybe chess doesn't need an update. Financial systems do need an update though. Coinbase is working on just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent. Thank you, Coinbase, for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the Speed Chess Championship possible. Go to coinbase.com/update the system today to learn more.
I was here! I was lost. Okay, well, hey.
8, let's go!
Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14!
We beat it! Let's go! No, 15, unreal. No, first try.
8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby! Let's go! Let's go! I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, and welcome back to Jan Nepomniachtchi. He still leads this match by 1 point. His internet is back. Benjamin, hopefully he's fixed that situation in its entirety because he cannot afford another loss on time due to disconnection.
Yeah, no, that was a really unfortunate loss there for Jan. He finally opened up a 2-point lead again, but we see Arjun makes it back into 1 point, so really it's anyone's match. And yeah, it must be frustrating for Jan, especially to lose like that with the white pieces. So let's see what's going to happen in the next game.
Well, Jan, he is such a strong player. He gets a loss with the white pieces there by disconnect. Now he has to have the black pieces. And Arjun, well, it's uncomfortable for him too, because you don't like winning games by disconnect. You want to win over the board, but he'll take any point that he can get.
Right, and here we see a Catalan Arjun going for a quick 95 against the Bishop e7 variation. I'm sure Jan has looked at this for the World Championship, but there's so many lines to remember. And you know, when he played the World Championship against Ding, I'm sure that he did a lot of repeating before every game. And also, even during the game, you can think for a couple of minutes, but here that's not the case. You have to blitz, and we see Arjun still playing very quickly.
Arjun, he knows his openings extremely well, and here with the white side, he's shattered black's pawn structure, although white's double A pawns don't look too impressive. The bishop on c1, that is the advantage for giving away a pawn, and the queen slides a c8. So this is a long theoretical line, and Jan did spend some time just making sure he knew what he was doing.
Right, so here Arjun can take the pawn with either the bishop or with the queen. But I guess black had some quick activity with like rook b8, maybe c3 at the right moment, targeting the pawn on e2. He goes queen a5 first, so I guess he wants to improve his position. Rook d8, attacking the pawn on d4. So let's see what Arjun's going to do here. This always is pretty interesting. Black has got these extra pawns, but they're not the prettiest.
No, and this pawn on d4, it can be threatened at some point with a c5 if you can get that to work, but the bishop on g2 stops that from happening, as does the queen on a5. So essentially, white has this clamp on the c5 and e5 squares. Now it's time to, I was going to say, develop the dark square bishop. He goes e4, the engine doesn't react. He knows these positions very well, that's clear.
Yeah, e4, nice move by Arjun, stopping knight d5, stopping rook d5, and making sure that this pawn is no longer hanging, so that c3 doesn't really come with any effect. Bishop, rook b6, with bishop a3, nice move by Arjun. We see that Jan is up a pawn, but look at his piece. The bishop on a6 is completely stuck. The rook on b6, the queen on b7, all of it feels very, very clumsy. I don't really see an active plan here for black. And in the meantime, white can slowly but surely start to improve their position. So I like this opening for Arjun.
I love it. And if I were looking at this from Jan Nepomniachtchi's position, I'd rather throw some of my pieces off the board if I could. But that's not going to happen, especially if the bishop gets up to c5. It feels like black is struggling to breathe. That bishop on a6 is such a poor piece. What ideas come to mind for Jan here?
I don't know. I don't see it. I think anything you... I was just about to say maybe c5. Actually, I like this move, because in case you take the bishop, you can take an e4. You will have to second exchange though after queen e3. As your knight is hanging, the rook as well. You go f5, white can take, but you get a lot of passed pawns on the queen side. So maybe from a practical standpoint, this makes sense.
Bear with me. Could we see a queen sacrifice? Would that be possible? I guess probably not. It's not sufficient. But after bishop takes c5, knight e4, queen 3, can I go knight takes c5? Probably not, because you can even play d takes c5. That's important to point out.
Right, but can black... No, black has rook takes d1 with check on rook b1 after. So even that is still possible. I'm surprised, though, by the move rook b2. Now, he's just given up a pawn, and white should have a very clean edge here.
Is the point that after bishop a3, he'll go rook e2 and just try to survive on the second rank and go after the e4 pawn? He clearly wanted to be active rather than passive, but look at Arjun go, hitting the rook on d8, and bishop takes f6. That opens up the black king.
Right, but it shouldn't be too big of an issue. I think rook d7 by Jan. In case it takes, black probably can create counterplay quickly with queen b4, maybe pushing the pawn down. But the queen can also swing back to the defense. So, I don't know. I think bishop e7 perhaps was a bit of a miss by Arjun. I don't really see what it's doing here, and I don't think you have to be too worried about this trade.
And Jan is not worried. The eval bar unconcerned itself, and it says that in fact black is completely fine. And I think a very important point is what you mentioned. e5 is met by queen b4, because if white could play e5 and take on f6, white would have a huge attack, but with a queen trade on tap, that would not have been possible.
Right, so we see queen f3 by Arjun attacking the pawn on f6. So if you go king g7 here, I guess the checks are going to be annoying. e5 will always come with a tempo. So maybe Jan just has to give up that pawn. White can take an f6, but you go c3 very quickly. You hit the pawn on d4, c2 is coming. And it feels like black should have sufficient counterplay. White cannot really create any threats on the king side, it feels like.
It kind of reminds me of the game where Arjun was black against Jan, where his king went up to d6 and he had those triple c-pawns. You know, that's the counterplay you need, is to distract white's forces. He played f5, and the engine doesn't like it. Arjun says definitely no queen trade available for you, and the h6 pawn is loose. I think it's easier to play this from the white side.
Yeah, and I'm sure queen f4, nice move by Arjun, but queen b6, excellent move by Jan, stepping out of this diagonal, putting some pressure on the pawn on d4, and defending the pawn on h6. So let's see what Arjun's going to do here. He takes on f5. Can you take on d4? It feels like there's got to be some sort of tactic. Oh, bishop d5, and how do you defend f7?
You can't. The rook on d4 needs the queen's defense. If you go rook takes d1, you still can't defend f7 because you don't have queen g6. The f7 pawn is pinned, so that would be a free queen for white.
Right, so what does Jan do here? I guess he has to give up his rook for the bishop. But besides being down in exchange there, his king is also extremely weak. Rook d8 is there, queen g4 is there. This has to be a win for Arjun. And Robert, this must be tilting for Jan. He went up 2 points in the match. He loses one game by disconnect. And now he's losing one game very quickly.
And it's completely lost right now. It's a forced situation. Rook d8, king check, queen e5 check. If you play queen f6, there's rook g8. A very important move, kicking the king away from the queen's protection. Oh, goodness. Never play f6.
Yeah, he goes f6, but this has to be checkmate. I mean, rook d7, king up, queen e7 first. There's got to be a mate here. I don't see it right away, though. And keep in mind that black is also threatening checkmate over here, so you cannot make a silent move, but there's got to be something here for Arjun.
Queen d7? Where's that black king going?
I guess that's got to be the way, and then check over here. You've got queen e6, but then g4 is game over. Queen h7, okay, king e5. Keep running.
If Jan Nepomniachtchi somehow goes king e5, king d4, king c5, king b4, king a3, and survives this game, that would be absurd.
But rook e1 looks like a nice move by Arjun. Okay, but the king is still running away, and his clock is ticking. Wait, check and check. Yeah, no, I mean, if you go king here, there's rook e6, and at least you lose the queen, and king c4 is made. So this looks over. Rook e6.
Yeah, getting the queen, that should do the trick. Oh, he doesn't even take the
this
queen.
even
He
better.
wants c6 to deliver checkmate with rook e7.
All right, so great win by Arjun, and now all of a sudden the score is even, Robert.
Yes, so we have a tied match, 8-8. So now I'm going to get the chat involved once again. It's a tied match. Who do you think is going to win this one? Smarter Chess predicted a win for Jan Nepomniachtchi, but a close match. But he also predicted that Jan would get ahead in the blitz, and that has not happened just yet.
But did I predict that Jan was going to lose by disconnect? I think that's where it might not have factored in that one. And I like this opening here by Arjun. He gets the bishop to the long diagonal, and generally black should be completely fine here. Actually, knight e5 is a very important move, attacking the queen, so that knight c6 is not a move after you move the rook.
Right, otherwise that would have forked and won some material. So knight e5, it's an opening that's known to the players. It still is worthy of that exclamation point because it is the only move to keep black even. But these positions are tricky. I think, Benjamin, when you know a position, as you know, grandmasters, we studied these games, but you don't get to see it very often, you can easily forget what you're supposed to do.
Wow, and look at this. Bishop d7, double exclam. He does not move the rook, he just sacks it, because in case white would have taken, you recapture, and actually there's no good square for the knight. So Jan just moves his knight back, but now he's just lost a lot of tempi, and Arjun has a very comfortable position.
Just slide that rook out of the... No, he says you can have that rook. He's going Alpha Zero style.
Wow, he's just pushing that h pawn off the board. Jan does not care. He does not want to take the rook. I think, Robert, we're just going to see a game of cat and mouse here. Arjun's going to play bishop e7 and keep hanging the rook. And Jan is probably going to play a move like bishop f4, not take. Yeah, and there we have it.
And as long as black doesn't castle, you can't take that rook on 8. But if black makes the mistake of castling, then I take your rook because you don't have a checkmating attack.
But Robert, look at this. All of a sudden, I actually like the fact that the h-file is opened up for white. Because now you go king g2 followed by rook h1. And where does this black king go? Even if you castle, white is more likely to launch some sort of attack here. And if you don't, I mean, what do you do? Do you go like rook f8? It looks pretty clumsy.
I think that perhaps Arjun made a mistake by playing rook c8. He should have played e5 because king g2 would not have been possible if that pawn were on e5. There would have been bishop h3 check idea. So he's going to park his king in the center. It looks like he doesn't mind rook h8 check. His king can simply slide up to either e or d7 and there's no attack, so he claims.
That's a knight e4. Interesting move by Nepo. After a trade, the d-file will open up. And with this rook sliding over to h8, that might be problematic for Arjun. So we see this trade f6. Okay, I guess you move the bishop. Arjun now getting a little bit more room for his king, but wow, e5,
Whoa.
did not see that one coming.
So bishop takes e5, there's queen g6 check, and that is huge trouble because the rook on c8 is loose. If you try to block with your queen on f7, rook h8 check skewers and wins that rook on c8. So you can't take with a bishop on e5. He first takes an f3. Wait, how does this work?
Check. Okay, so check. Maybe you can go like king e7 in case it takes. There's king d6, and you still wiggle out of it, but I don't know. Wait, check. Wait, check. King c6, queen e4 looks deadly.
King b5, and then... There's no checkmate
I
just
don't
yet.
know. b3? b3 maybe? Threatening checkmate over here. If you go king e6, you check on rook d7.
But rook d1, you can play bishop d4. I think that's the obvious reply that we both overlooked, that you just clog the d file. But yeah, that king also could consider running, and probably will run after queen takes g7 check.
Right, so bishop d4, a nice move by Arjun. I guess now bishop e3, putting pressure on the bishop, and you can still take on g7 whenever you want to. So Jan definitely still in the driver's seat here. He's got the safer king. I think especially in a blitz game, this is going to be so difficult to play for Arjun.
Oh, his pawns are all hanging. There's a g7 pawn weakness. d4 is hanging now. Even finding a move at this moment, e5 looks bad because of queen takes g7 check. He plays it, and the engine doesn't really budge. So queen g7, king e6, and you protect this f6 pawn.
Yeah, you have to go king e6. If you hang this pawn, it feels like white's doing very well. But then check, and the attack continues. Jan, we know how dangerous he is in these positions. He's got the initiative. He's putting pressure on his opponents, and that's where he's the scariest. So let's see how he will do it. Well, he can also take on d4 first, but I think it makes sense to take on g7 for now and keep your options open. In some positions, you actually want to keep the bishop on the board.
That's true, because the bishop on d4 isn't doing all that much. He was b4, opening another avenue. After bc5, bc5 at the right moment, the rook can come to b1, and maybe there are threats on both flanks. So b4, I think that if I were black, I'd be running with my king. He runs in the center. He runs into the fire. He does not care. Arjun Erigaisi says, I'm up a pawn.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised by Jan, though. I think he really should have taken the g7 pawn. The king in e6 for the moment is sitting pretty safe. There's limited material on the board. There's queen f7 coming, queen d7 potentially. And it's going to be difficult for Jan to really create some sort of attack. He's only got this rook and the queen and the bishop. But for the moment, Arjun is keeping everything together.
And another annoying thing is, let's say you play queen f7, queen g4, f5, queen h3, you don't really see fully how to get your king safe. And look at Jan's rook. It goes up the a file. Watch out for rook a6 check. If you go rook b6 to block, queen e8 check, and it's scary for the black king.
Yeah, and bishop d2, nice move, taking the pawn on a5. Maybe you have to go like rook 8 or rook b2, also possible to go for your own counterplay. I think that's, and there we have it. I was just going to say that's right up Arjun's alley.
Wait, but rook takes a5, rook d2, rook a6 check? Is your king going to d5?
I guess so. Check, king c4. I don't see why not.
Oh my gosh, that king is just running up the board, and actually the checks run out. So white could just be lost there if you don't find a forced draw, because the engine you see off to the side, the EVA bar says zeros. It means Jan must have something, but it doesn't seem clear.
Wait, he goes for rook takes c5, rook takes d2. Okay, check. Okay, so now you have to go king f5, I guess. King d5, there's queen g8, followed by rook a6. But king f5, I think that is fine for black. Right, and maybe white just has to make a draw.
What an incredible drawing sequence that is. And I think you're right, that there's g5, but then I think there's... whoa!
What?
He plays on for mate!
Okay, rook takes... Wait, but where's the mate? 20 seconds for Arjun. Okay, so check. You might have to sack the rook to check, and rook a3. This looks extremely scary for black.
Oh, this is really bad.
Only move. King 4 only move. Check.
So you can play rook f4 now. If you're going to lose the rook anyway, at least get another pawn for it. He goes for it.
Okay, so takes. Okay, he goes queen e2, king f5, king d5. Okay, take the rook. You have to take it. Okay, don't take his queen e6. He gives a check. But now you can take because there's no more queen e6.
Oh, that's really important.
Oh, queen f3, and that's the game. Queen e4, rook d6, rook d6.
Oh, it wins the queen.
What a game. What a game, Robert. Right
wow.
when it seemed that it was going Arjun's way, he blunders his queen.
And he looks so disappointed by that finish there, because Jan Nepomniachtchi once again takes the lead. but he played amazing defense. Benjamin, that's the second game that I can remember where Black's king went on a run, but Arjun just didn't have enough time to continue the defense in his time trouble.
Right, that one is quite reminiscent of that game we saw earlier in the French defense, where Arjun, objectively, he was doing well. He had a lot of pawns, but with the time pressure and the weak king position combined, it's very difficult. And Jan created some problems, and he wasn't quite able to figure it all out. So, yeah, a very important win here for Jan, who now takes the lead again.
And we get this position that we see in front of us. The dark square bishops have been traded. White castle queenside, yet has played the pawn to c4. It looks like very risky chess from Arjun, and that's very much his style.
Yeah, so we see b5 by Jan. He does not care about this pawn, as it will give him the open a file for his rook. So I think a nice sacrifice, and I think Arjun just has to ignore what Jan is doing over here on the queen side. In case Black takes, you just recapture the bishop. Nothing really has been done on the queen side, so now maybe you just keep pushing with like g5 and h4.
Is there knight takes e4 about to happen? I would be so scared about some kind of tactic there, but maybe there isn't because White has enough pieces to defend the attack knight.
Right, yeah, I don't really see it happening, but it takes knight b4. Maybe it could be a possibility, but I guess you still go knight d2 and g5 has been played, but you know, it definitely was worth consideration. He goes knight d7, also very logical, then I can swing back to c5. In the meantime, though, Robert, what has Black really achieved? I mean, b5, in case you take, just bishop takes. And I feel like White's play on the king side is going to be a lot more straightforward. h4, h5, maybe h6 or g6, but he goes king b1. And I don't like that one, as now a potential bishop takes e4 will always come with a check.
It's an essential point that the king will be in the fire of the bishop. And now for Black, there are all sorts of moves that look very good. You can... Oh, he takes now. Oh, his king is so open.
Whoa. That looks very risky, but queen e7 apparently was a miss by Jan. Maybe he had some like knight b4 action, and again, going after the pawn e4. He goes queen e7 and rook b8. Feels a little bit slow, but Robert, look at the clock. Jan up more than a minute.
He's using time as his biggest weapon. The eval bar says White is better, but how do you play a position like this where the rooks are staring at the White king? So that knight on d4 will likely go to f5. That would be very threatening with a queen d4 to follow, but it looks like Black's attack is much more natural.
Exactly. So let's see what Jan's going to do. He could go bishop d7 so that in case White goes knight f5, you can always chop the knight off. You can also go bishop e7. He does go for bishop d7. I like this one to keep the B and A files open for your rooks. The question, though, is like, how are you going to build on your attack? Maybe something like knight a4. Hitting the pawn you can follow with c5. And it looks difficult for Arjun. Robert, we see this once again. Nepo down a couple pawns, but he's got the initiative.
He loves positions like this, but b3 is a great move because Black can try to double on the a file. White will just then go defend the a2 pawns. A queen e8. I'm not entirely sure what the threat is, but knight f5 will never come with a tempo, and that's probably very important.
Robert, I think his idea was going to be to go queen c8 to a6, but he goes bishop to e6, a little bit surprising to me. Now, maybe he's setting up some... Oh, wait, he wants to go queen a4. I guess that's his idea.
So queen e8 was a sneaky move. It just looked random, but he's trying to go for the queen a4 now?
Yeah, and how do you defend? I mean, queen b2, there might even be knight to d3. Wait, knight d3?
That's nasty.
Uh-oh.
That's game.
And how do you... I don't see a move. Queen c2, you hang this, you hang this. This looks over, Robert.
It is. Look at Jan. He's stretching because he knows he's about to take this game and a 2-point lead. And for Jan, he had a 2-point lead earlier. Then he lost a game by disconnect. Then Arjun was able to win a game after that. But if he can go up to... Oh, look at the queen on a1. What a sad piece.
Right, but it's holding the position together for now. Jan knows he has to be winning here. I guess you just take the rook and then maybe move the queen to like a6 to try to slide into d3. He's winning here, but you know, these players are tricky. You still have to finish it off. But I have full faith in Jan that he will.
This looks so miserable for Arjun here. And look at the clock. Jan has spent a ton of time on this move, and he still is ahead by a minute and 20 seconds. And bishop takes h3?
I'm a little bit surprised by that one. Why not just take the extra material and play on from there? Why take this pawn on h3? Right? Why
I didn't even notice that there was a pawn over there, but he's taking all the pawns.
f4? Okay. I don't know, Robert. I mean, maybe takes and, hey, knight f5 is not an option right now, but it might be in the future.
Yeah, if you could play rook takes
12
h3
seconds
and
of
knight
Arjun.
f5. Wait a second.
Rook
A
f3
knight's
is a
under
tricky
attack?
move.
How do you deal with this?
You've got knight e6 though. You hang the bishop on h3, but you get the knight on d4 back. That still looks pretty fine, but I don't know. I don't like what he's done. I think he should have just taken the rook.
Yeah, that does give white some play on the king side as well. Like if you take the bishop on h3, get a quick rook h1, I think you don't have time to do that. But if you just slow down for even a second, that's going to be dangerous against the black king.
Right, so Jan has taken on d4. 6 seconds for Arjun. This is looking tough. Knight takes b3 might... Wait, can he go for knight takes b3? Knight takes... This rook on h3 is defending this, though.
Uh-oh. Wait a second.
Oh, Robert, what about this? Takes, queen e4, and then you go like queen g2, and then you take. Because if you take the rook, you take the rook on h1.
That is an incredible line. And I think that white still will have very good chances to hold because I think at best, black takes a queen, but white has 2 rooks and an outside passed pawn, so there will be chances. But that is really, truly an unbelievable variation. So if Jan Nepomniachtchi plays it, we'll get to see it on the board. And if he doesn't, which it's not going to happen anymore, he might lose the game.
Wow, now it's all even. The king has run out to e7. Materials even. Black's king is also pretty weak over here. Rook e1 threatening queen c7. What a throw by Jan.
He took a pawn on h3. Like, that pawn was on nobody's radar. And suddenly Arjun, with 3.7 seconds left, he has some ideas of his own. d6 is a target. If you play d5, thank you very much for that pawn. And if you can trade off some pawns here and pieces, I don't see why white's losing.
Yeah, queen h4 attacking the rook. Rook d1. Okay, the knights get traded off. White should be completely fine here. Both sides have a queen. And which king is weaker? I'd still say maybe the white queen? The white king?
Yes, but look at Arjun just going back and forth. Queen d7, queen to d3. And here comes the g-pawn. He's trying to force the queens up, but that could be a mistake because black's pawns might be easier to push.
Right, and queen c4, now Jan can trade. And white no longer has connected passers. So queen c2, Jan wants to keep the queens on the board, but Arjun keeps insisting like, hey, I want to trade.
I think it's a good thing for Jan to do. It makes Arjun's moves more difficult to play.
Oh, don't take a b5, there's a check.
That would lead to mate.
Uh-oh, so what do you do here? What do you do?
This looks scary
White's
for black.
very passed.
b6, b7, b8 is just 3 squares away. And Jan is about to be down to 10 seconds. There's queen g5.
Rook b5. Okay, and there's no rook d8. Queen d4, nice move. Maybe... Okay,
a4.
G3, a4. Wait, the rook has no squares. Rook b3, king a2.
Gosh. That is incredible. Arjun finds it. The rook has to leave and the b-pawn queens.
That's it. The b-pawn, you can even give up the queen or king a1 and you're going to get a new queen. What a game, Robert. What a game.
And look at this. There's going to be an extra queen for white and a checkmate. Jan Nepomniachtchi did not put Arjun Erigaisi away when he had the chance. And Arjun, this is one of the most incredible comebacks in a game that you could possibly see.
What a shocker. I think, again, he should have just taken on e1, take the extra material, then play on. But instead, he took the pawn on h3. And Arjun hung in there. And he got that other opportunity to go knight takes b3. But he failed to put Arjun away. And yeah, what a comeback.
And now we have an even match. I spoke too soon when I said Jan would lead by 2. Arjun says not so fast. We now have a position where black is pushing this rook pawn on the queen side, but white has this lovely bishop on g2. So in your experience, Benjamin, do you like this from the white side or do you think black's okay?
I like it from the white side. White has this open bishop, as you mentioned. And actually, this looks quite familiar to the World Championship match between Jan and Magnus. It was that famous game where Jan trapped his own bishop on b7. So I think white's got a slight edge here. You probably move the knight out of the way. You go d4, you have more space. And this bishop on c8 is feeling a bit passive.
It looks like a Scandinavian, and I don't know if John Bartholomew is watching, but whenever you talk about Team Scandi, you have to give him a shout-out. It does look like a bad bishop on c8 for Arjun, but where are the targets? Right? You note bad pieces, and you have to prove that you can get some kind of winning edge. Where does white strike?
That is always the difficult thing. Yeah, white is better. He has more space, the more active pieces. But black is extremely solid. For the moment, he has no weaknesses. Bishop to e8 is looking pretty fine. Rook to c8. The pawn on a4 is a little bit of a target, but you don't really have a way to increase the pressure. So I think what you do is you just continue improving your pieces with moves like rook fe1, and you just tell Arjun, like, hey, what do you do actually? What is your active plan?
He's going to plant that knight on d5. That's what he's going to go for after pushing that c-pawn away. And I think that it's very, very solid here for black as we see the position. Where does white strike? I feel like black has done everything correct.
Yeah, no, it looks good for white. White has more space now. The bishop on e8 is extremely passive. The pawn on c6 is a target, 93. Let's see how Jan will tighten the screws here. Bishop f6, Arjun hanging in there. But Robert, it's a little bit concerning. It feels again like Jan is in control of this match, but the score is even. And we see that Arjun is better in these time scrambles. So I really feel like Jan should try to take a lead in the blitz portion with, like, you know, a point or two, but for now he's not managing to do so.
This position is one where we keep talking about. Where is the breakthrough? Jan would like to use his space advantage. Black has his pawn/bishop on d7. Maybe later will be a true bishop, but for now it's just a pawn. But the d4 pawn is also one that you need to keep an eye out for in the long term. I don't really love these positions because I feel like there's a lot of shuffling. But then I miss a way to break through, and then I regret not paying more attention.
Exactly, yeah. So we see the trade on b4. I think what Jan eventually wants to do is maybe push out this pawn to h5 or go bishop b1 right away, followed by queen c2. Although, if you go queen c2 right now, black can still go g6, so maybe now is a good time to go h4. And I guess that's why Arjun played queen f8, to be able to go g6, as now the pawn is no longer hanging.
G6, then queen g7. You can also defend your king with your queen's help and stare at the d4 pawn in the center. But rook f3, as you're indicating, maybe there will be an exchange sack at the right moment on f6, but you need to take care of the d6 pawn first. d4 pawn, excuse me.
Right, so we see rook d5 by Arjun. All right, so rook e4 by Jan makes a lot of sense. I think he wants to go rook f3 and find this pawn. So that's why Arjun now goes rook b to d8, putting more pressure on the pawn. Queen c2 by Jan. He still has these two rooks in the way, but if he can somehow move them, then he is starting checkmate. So bishop e2, he's switching his attention to this diagonal, but Robert, for the moment, everything is still looking extremely solid for black.
And bishop takes d5, rook takes d5 to follow. How much does that actually hurt black? It's a closed position, so rooks aren't shining as much as they can, but rook f4, and now you have to watch out. Bishop takes e6, becomes a threat, doubling rooks in the f-file. There are going to be all sorts of tactics in the air.
This looks nasty for black. Can you go queen g7? If you can't, okay, goes bishop g5, but now rook f3. d5 is certainly an option, or h4. Bishop takes e6 is a threat. He goes queen e7, but after h4, can you still go to f6, or is there going to be a sack? Jan goes for it. Wow.
Yes, he's going to connected passed pawn on d6 that black cannot challenge. Those rooks that you have, two of them, they're not really rooks. It's a closed position in front of them. This looks terrible for black.
And what about this move? Queen e2, putting pressure on the pawn on e6, and there's also rook f3. The pawn on f6 is super weak. This is a great game by Jan.
It's a masterclass. We kept asking, how do you break through? How do you break through? He was continuing to pose problems. He sacrificed some material, but it's not about piece quantity. Look at the quality of white's pieces, and those rooks are terrible. They're just passive. Oh, no moves for black.
Queen takes b4, there goes the pawn, but now maybe queen e3, hitting this pawn over here. If you take the pawn, it's going to be checkmate. It feels like Jan is slowly but surely picking black apart. Rook f4, nice move. The queen has to go to a5, and then you're just going to strike on this board, like h5 or bishop b1 first.
All of the above. White has all the choices. Black can barely do anything. This is the most, besides those early wins where Jan lost in like 15 to 20 moves, this feels like the most one-sided game where a side earned it, where they played better than their opponent. This is brutal. h5. Oh my gosh. Rook takes f7 to follow.
Yeah, no, that's tough. Yeah, queen g5, I guess there was that sack. So rook g8 by Arjun. Arjun still hanging the rook f6. Jan tightening the screws. He has to put this one away. He has a dominant position. And Arjun just resigns. I mean, it's a terrible position. But Robert, maybe he should have just played on, get some time off the 3+1 clock. And hey, we saw that in the last game. Jan also did throw away the win.
It's hard for a player to look at that position any longer than you have to, so I get why Arjun resigned, but your point is a good one, that when you think of the overall match, the gamesmanship, that now they're down under 6 minutes, but if he had spent a bit more time just wasting some match clock, he would have ensured that this would be the final game in the 3+1. But maybe Arjun feels at home in this time control. It is even, at least on the scoreboard. Granted, one of those wins was by disconnect, but Arjun, he's used to this time control in all the SEC formats and Title Tuesday, and we have a fun variation right here in front of us.
Right, so we see Jan going knight bd7, it's sacking the pawn on d4, but in case you take, there is the move e5, forking the bishop, and the knight on d4. So, okay, Arjun does take, okay, so let's see, so e5 now is going to be played. The knight has to move to b3 so that in case you take the bishop, you can take the bishop on c5. So Jan therefore decides to take on f2. And I guess now you go bishop g5, or you can actually also take, oh, but Robert, what about this? Bishop takes e5, bishop e3, king b1, and can you sack the queen? You get a rook for a rook and bishop for a queen and a pawn, but white is completely tied up for the moment.
I love that variation. I'm happy to sacrifice other people's queens. Jan, not maybe as convinced as we are, but that looks like a lot of fun. Wow, so what's the material right now? Black is even. I thought black was up a pawn, but the e3 pawn is a target with knight g4 to come, but the d5 square is white's for the taking. The knight on b3 is loose right now. Not easy decisions.
Yeah, so I guess you have to move the knight, and there we go, knight d2. Knight g4 now looks like a nice move, attacking the queen and the pawn on e3. And I guess you just have to give up that pawn. Knight c5 by Jan, also a nice move. b4, very bold move by Arjun. He's weakening his queen side, but he's kicking the knight away from the active c5 square. And hey, Robert, what about this move h4 to create some counterplay?
Yeah, the counterplay has to be fast. You see the eval bar in black's favor. And speaking of fast, we have the Penguin GM in the chat rooting for Jan. And Jan, unfortunately, has not heard his supporting message, because look at this. h4, trying to rip open the king side, Benjamin. This looks really dangerous for black.
Yeah, I assume you have to go g4, but maybe white just goes h5, followed by h6. Robert, I think Jan should have played the move knight takes c5 here, sacking the knight, because it feels like you get a very dangerous attack on this knight on c3. Bishop e6 is coming, rook ac8, but perhaps he played a little bit too quickly.
And sacrificing a piece, easier for us as commentators. We can always take it back if it doesn't work out. The engine supports that sacrifice, as the white king would have been the one out in the open. But here it seems very obvious what white's plan is. h4, let's take on g5, open the h file. You say no with g4. I play h5. I'm going to play h6. Your knight is loose on f6. And black wants to play a5, but I guess the point is he's not quite in time. White's attack is stronger.
Yeah, a5, I guess, is a move. It all feels a little bit slow. I guess white's just going to take here, and after knight takes, I mean, queen h4 is coming. There's always tactics with knight d5, after, let's say, knight g h7 to dislodge the knight on f6. So it feels like white's attack is coming a lot faster. So, and now Jan is thinking, he should have thought on the last move with knight takes c5. But, Robert, this really seems to be the storyline of the match. Like, Jan is in control, he wins a game, but he's letting Arjun back into the match too easily.
And this is both his blessing and his curse, that Jan is such a fast thinker that he will be able to blitz out all these moves, but sometimes he plays a little bit too quickly. And here, the knight goes out to g4, and he sacks the piece, but it might be too late. I still like what he's going for. You have to cause problems for Arjun's king.
Yeah, no, for sure. So let's see what Arjun's going to do. Is he going to take the knight? Is he going to leave it there? You can take on g5, but I guess black is now pretty fast with moves like knight a4, queen takes c3 would lead a checkmate. So I don't think he can completely ignore what Jan is doing on the queen side, and he does take.
And he goes knight c4, but the engine says black is right back in this thing. The knight on c4 is loose. This looks much more difficult to play at the moment for white, whose king is about to be exposed.
Yeah, bishop e6, nice move by Jan. White can take here, but I guess you take on c4. And a good thing for Jan is that after queen h4, you always still have a move like f6 to create some loop for your king.
And queen
Wait, it's saying mate in 10.
Wait, oh, queen b3
this
check.
Is over?
Yeah, queen b2
it's
there.
Just mate.
Oh.
Wow. Do you think Arjun just missed the move queen takes a3? Wait, this is over, Robert.
Yeah, I think he did. And you see Arjun, he's holding his head. And now here's a big question for you. If Arjun wants, he can wait out the rest of his clock, and this will be the final game. Do you think he wants one more?
Good question. I mean, it will be a game with the black pieces in the 3+1 portion. I don't know. I mean, generally you would think the more games, the better for him. Okay, queen a3. Jan still has to finish it off, but I think it's pretty straightforward now. I mean, king c2, there's knight takes c3, and after king b1, you go bishop a2 check. Okay, bishop b3, that is fine. And
resigns.
Jan does win the game. All right, so there is still time for another game in the 3+1 portion.
And if Arjun comes back to win this game of the match, we would have to ask him about this point, because he could have let his time elapse. We could have headed straight into the bullet. But perhaps when you have a deficit, you feel, I need to get these victories right now. I can't wait until those final 30 minutes. At least this gives you another game in the mix.
Right, and so here we see another French. Jan switches it up, and he goes for the Tarrasch variation with knight e2 and move 3. Bishop g5. White often wants to go bishop h4 to g3 to trade off this bishop on d6, which is black's best minor piece. Now Jan goes for a3, trying to expand on the queen side. And what does Arjun do here? He goes bishop e8, and he wants to go bishop h5 to bring his bishop into the game that way.
Yeah, this is a vintage French position where instead of having a bad light square bishop, you bring it out into the open, go after white's knights. And you see Arjun, he's happy, he's moved quickly, and Jan stops bishop h5 before it becomes a thing. That's definitely a good move.
Yeah, knight g3, stopping bishop to h5. I like it. Now he can also go rook e1, putting a lot of pressure on that pawn on e6, which is no longer defended. So I like Jan's position here. Here, I guess he's going to take with the h-pawn. Bishop h5 is there, but is black really threatening to take? I think for the moment not, as white always has to move bishop takes h7 at the end.
And knight takes d4 first is definitely an option, but bishop takes h7 still going to be white's reply. But these are tactics that need time before you can just make your move. You need to calculate these things. And here he does play rook e1. I do not think Arjun will be playing knight takes d4, but he might play h6, because then knight takes d4 is a threat.
Nice point there. So maybe Jan now has to go bishop to e3, as otherwise he would go down a pawn. And there we have it. But this gives Arjun the opportunity to go knight to e4, as now the e4 square is only controlled once by white, and so he cannot take. So he goes knight g4 instead, putting pressure on the bishop. But I think white would not mind the trade. You can just recapture with the rook. You keep your pressure. Here goes bishop f4 instead. I like the position here for Jan. I think strategically, he's got a lot of trumps with the bishop pair, the weak pawn on e6, and this potential outpost for his knight on e5.
This is strategically terrible for black, and that's why he strikes with g5. He agrees with you, Benjamin. He says, I'm going to be in trouble if I let white go moves like queen d2, rook e2, rook e1, so I need to act right here and now. And this bishop on h5, it does pin this knight on f3, so there might be some tactics available, some knight takes d4, or knight takes f2 first, followed by knight takes d4. Things of that nature is knight f2 and g4. These are all ideas, but you have to make them work.
Yeah, so let's see if he's going to go for that. I think knight takes f2 certainly is tempting. Like I said, strategically, it all looks very dangerous for black. If white can go like queen e2, bishop c3, goes queen e2, but the evil bar hates that move, Robert. Is there maybe something like e5? Takes, knight takes, and how do you solve the problem with the knight on f3? I don't see it.
And again, Jan moved very quickly. There's almost 2 minutes remaining. There was no reason to play queen e2 in 1 second. e5 looks great. You blast open the center. e5 to e4 is a threat, of course. And look at this position. If you take knight ge5, there are pins galore. Suddenly, Arjun has the upper. Jan missed it. You saw his face? He kind of squinted. He's like, wait, what? Oh, no.
I don't see it. I don't see what you're doing here. I mean, if you take with the knight, I guess there might be knight takes d4, which also looks extremely problematic. There's got to be something for black. So let's see. e4 for the moment is a threat, forking the bishop and the knight. I mean, taking with the pawn looks bad, taking with the knight looks bad. Maybe you move the bishop, but then, again, there is that move e4.
This looks very difficult for... Whoa, what? Knight... You can play knight
Arjun
G
can
takes
choose here. He's got a number of wins. Knight takes d4, attacking the queen. Jan sacks his queen, but he's only getting one minor piece, Robert.
No, he completely missed it. I saw his face there. He did not see knight takes e2 was check. He just played a very bad game. He was missing everything. I think Jan would be the first person to admit that. But Benjamin, not a single tactic in that game went his way. That was not the way to end the 3 minute if you're Jan. But Arjun, on the other hand, it justifies his decision to resign in the penultimate game.
Yeah, no, a crucial win for Arjun. He keeps it within 1 point. That gives him a lot of chances to still come back in the bullet portion. Robert, it's quite shocking. I mean, over here, Jan was still doing well, but in the next 3 moves, he lost the game. Just play a move like bishop c3, defend the pawn, and white still has an edge. But now it's anyone's match here as we go into the bullet.
only a 1-point lead for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Arjun Erigaisi, he decides to end it. Not with a loss, but he gets that last game, he wins, and that means that it's just a point separating the two. The players, they're going to take a break, and before we do the same, we want to shout out a very special event that is happening in February of next year. So introducing the first ever Chess Kid National Festival. Join us in Charlotte, North Carolina for 4 days of chess festivities, including over-the-board tournaments and opportunities to meet special guests like Gotham Chess, Fun Master Mike, and Chief Chess Officer, why that's his title, nobody will ever really know, Danny Wrench. That's right, Gotham, Fun Master Mike, and Danny Wrench will be at the festival, which takes place February 16th and 19th, and we cannot wait to see you there. Use the command FESTIVAL in chat to learn more and register today. Subscribers, stay tuned for a special message from Fun Master Mike during the break. So Benjamin and I, we might be at the Chess Kid Festival next year, but that's a year away. After the break, it's the finale, the bullet portion of the Speechless Championship presented by Coinbase. The match is Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
For years, Chess Kid has had lots of fun online events, but it's finally time for us to go IRL, in real life. Puzzle competitions, a main event, and all sorts of other fun things to do. Announcing
the Chess Kid National Festival.
Come along, you'll meet Fun Master Mike there. I'm going to the Chess Kid Festival. I'm going to the Chess Kid Festival. I'm going to the festival.
Spell Chess is coming to chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of two spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish, before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to one square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. The year is 2023. Jan Nepomniachtchi leads Arjun Erigaisi by 1 point. But, Benjamin, if we could go back in time, I'm sure Jan would want a few games to go in a different direction. He still has a lead, and he has a shot to win and face Magnus Carlsen in the next round.
Yeah, for sure. We see that Jan still has a 1 point lead. However, it feels like it could have perhaps been a bigger lead. And like you said, Robert, the winner of this match has a pretty easy match in the quarterfinals. They only have to play this guy, Magnus Carlsen.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he knows that foe very well. They played a world championship match, and of course Magnus won that quite handily. But that pivotal game where Magnus got that first win, things could have gone a different way in that world championship clash. Of course, Jan had a nice position, but Magnus outlasted him. So for Jan Nepomniachtchi, Benjamin, it's sometimes a tale of what if things had gone just a little bit differently.
Exactly, and the same thing in this match, like what would have happened had he not disconnected, right? Like what would have happened had he just won this game, or with the white piece he would have had a 3 point lead, but right now it's down to 1 point. The games are going to get started very soon, and actually as we speak, Robert, we are off.
And Arjun goes back to his trusty English opening, and we see it's a quieter start to this game, but it's bullet chess. We know that the action will blow the board open in any moment.
Yeah, we see d takes c4 here by Jan. Sometimes what you can go for here is plans with rook g1 followed by g4, but Arjun keeps it very quiet. He just goes kingside castles and go rook 81. I feel like here Jan should be doing fine. Robert, who do you think is overall the favorite in the bullet? Like, who do you think is more comfortable?
I think Arjun is. He just plays much more regularly, has played in the Bullet Chess Championship. He's younger, so he's more likely to have grown up playing bullet chess. But right now, in this particular position, I also like it for Arjun. Look at his bishop on b2. Look at his growing attack. I think Jan has done a great job of defending, but it feels easier for white to play because he has the initiative.
For sure, yeah. The move bishop f3 perhaps was a little bit timid. Maybe there were even options to go like h4, h5. To kick the knight away, a6, the knight jumps back to c3, and b5. Nice move by Jan to try to create some counterplay on the queen side.
Do not take that pawn on b5. That opens up the flank for the rook. I think that would be a huge mistake. And knight e4, that's a nice move. Look at the bishop on b2. Look at that h7 and g7 pawn. It looks dangerous for black. You need to be very careful.
Yeah, Jan decides to trade on g5, but it doesn't quite solve all of his problems. Bishop c3. The pawn on c4 is weak, but now the pawn on g5 is hanging. So maybe white has to go h4 first. Now Jan has time to go queen e5 or queen e3, but I guess Arjun will keep the queens on with queen g4 here.
Queen g4 looks excellent. The black knight can go into e5 and then to d3. There's no way white wants to take that knight. The biggest advantage, the biggest plus in the position is the bishop on c3. It's better than the knight. But after knight e5, queen g3, knight d3, where's the follow-up for white?
Yeah, I think white's plan is just to go h5, h6, carve out the dark squares, and it looks super dangerous for black. Like, if this queen ever lands here, it's just going to be checkmate. I don't know, maybe you have, queen f5, queen somewhere. Maybe you have to go like f5 to keep it closed.
f5 is played by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He allows en passant, but that's an umbrella pawn. It shields the black king with rook f7 ideas to follow. So look at the... Oh, rook f7 apparently a mistake, but that is the natural follow-up.
I like rook b1 by Arjun. This rook on f7 is completely tied up. Now he's switching his attention to the queen side with like rook b6, going after this pawn over here. This looks terrible for black.
Rook b6, such a good idea, but he allowed the knight to go into d4, which I think has to have been a mistake. But whoa, he allows the trade. I guess he says the f6 pawn is not a weakness, it's a strength. And both players, they're making inaccuracies.
Yeah, rook d8 by Jan. He perhaps wants to go rook to d5, get rook f3 played, queen e2. It feels like Arjun has to be better here, but I don't quite see. Okay, now he can trade. I think that's a big relief for Jan, whose queenside pawns can now be set in motion. Or rook d5, go after the e5 pawn.
And if e5 falls, next goes f6, then h6. Black's passers, they look very dangerous here. And Arjun's under now 6 seconds. He has to move.
Yeah, rook e5. Okay, so maybe just rook to c5, defend the pawn, king f7. Black's moves are very natural here. And it feels like perhaps Jan can score the first win of the bullet portion.
This would be huge for Jan because his position looked very tough. It's still an endgame that is tricky, but the h6 pawn will drop at a critical moment and black should have an extra pawn.
Wait, but I mean, you take this pawn over here, but white can go after the c pawn, and he still says that past a pawn, rook c2. But I think white's fine here. Takes on c3. I think we might just be headed for a draw, h5.
Yes. The A pawn will push. The G and H pawns will push. I think we'll see mass liquidation. But for Jan, it will take a while, and that's good news. What do you think about this king on A6 in front of the pawn?
I think it's just going to be a draw. Like, White's going to push over here, Black's going to push on the king side, and eventually both sides will end up giving up their rooks. Okay, Arjun's just going to sit here, and there's nothing Black can do to improve the position.
Yeah, he's going for a trick.
Too much.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Okay,
H3?
this one's a draw. Okay.
Yeah, I guess the thing is, as soon as Black's pawns are off the board, it's immediately a draw, so Black needs to keep both of them.
All right. Okay, yeah, it's still just a draw. Takes an A8.
And that
All
game...
right, what a game, Robert. It started off pretty well for Arjun, but at some point, Nepo was definitely in the driver's seat.
It took nearly 5 minutes off the clock, so Arjun did have a winning position at some point, but Nepo defended well and had the edge even into the end game. So what I'm asking you, Benjamin, after that start, it may have been spoiled chances for both. Who do you think is feeling better with the rest of the bullet?
I think Jan. He hang on in the time scramble. We were saying earlier that we feel like Arjun is a better player, but I often actually see Jan not playing him in the time scramble. So this one can really go either way. And Robert, we have an interesting change of pace. We see Jan opening up with like a reverse modern, but actually in the opening, Arjun hung that pawn on d5.
Look at this. H-pawn up the board. Arjun shows no fear. He's playing like Alpha Zero. Maybe we should just call it Arjun Zero. But this is zeroing in on a checkmate attack. How do you stop this?
I guess, well, there's no way to stop Queen H3, but it doesn't hurt us that much. We go like King G1 or King F2, and then later kick the Queen away with like Knight G1. But Black has a long-lasting initiative. You go like Knight F7, maybe Queenside Castles, F5 at the right moment. And White's king is always going to be weak. So it's unpleasant to play this for Jan, especially given the fact that this is a bullet game.
And Arjun, he's up on the clock. His position is far easier to play. Castle Queenside, F5, as you mentioned. I don't see how White survives this with no time on the clock.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised by Jan. I don't like this move at all. I thought he should have just gone Queenside Castle. But I just wanted to point out, I think Jan should have just stuck with E4. It seemed to be working out pretty well for him. He was getting advantages. He was getting some initiative. If you play the reverse modern, I guess the nice thing is that after G3, you can pre-move Bishop G2. But other than that, you can easily end up in a worse position.
How did he get out of this? I think I know the answer. Black Castle Kingside instead of Queenside. And now there's no more attack. White is completely stabilized. Benjamin, Arjun needs to make the most of chances like that. He can't be castling Kingside in that position.
No, that definitely felt like a missed opportunity. Queenside Castles would have given him a nice attacking chance. It goes Knight G5, but I guess we just take. And does he just want to take with the F-pawn? It would threaten Rook takes F2 and would also allow him to put the Knight on D4. So maybe you just ignore what Black is doing. If you take, you recapture, and White is doing completely fine.
So that was a really good move of Rook D7. I thought there'd be Queen H3, but of course the Knight on F2 covered that square. So we're seeing trades. And at this point, without an outside pass pawn, the game should be level, but mistakes happen without time.
Yeah, Knight D4, nice move by Arjun. The king could now move to E3 due to Knight C2 with a fork. So maybe now you go A4, followed by king here. Okay, goes H4. Maybe there was Knight B5 by Arjun, followed by... And here again, Knight B5, followed by Knight C3.
And that's why he went A4 to stop the knight from getting there. And Knight C2 doesn't threaten anything. The Knight on D3 is in a perfect situation. The Black King is very close. Like Knight E6 to C5, you have to look out for that.
I think Jan is taking way too many liberties with all of these pawn pushes. Knight C5 here. There's still Knight B2, Knight C4 to follow. This feels like it should be a draw, but how? We can give a check and like G5? Is G5 a move? Wow, he goes for it.
An amazing find. That is so nice. You play H6 there, and then G6. You don't take back on H6, so the Black Knight would go to D6 and F7. And here we see it's going to be a pawn race. The Black King go after the A pawn. What is White going to do here? I feel like both sides can lose this.
Yeah, Jan going all out on the king side, but it feels like Black's pawn is running way faster down the board. A4, A3. How do you stop that pawn? Knight D3, but you should be able to shoulder the knight away.
Yes, King C3, and then after Knight moves Knight C5, take away all the squares from that knight.
Okay, Knight C1. How do you do it? He's got 3 seconds. Knight A2. Wait, now, okay, can you take... no, that was not the move. Knight D3. Okay.
It's going to be a 3-time repetition if he goes back to C3.
Knight D3, I think that's a 3-fold. What an escape by Jan.
Wow. Jan Nepomniachtchi survives and keeps the 1-point lead. That took a lot of time off the match clock. But Benja, what we're seeing is Arjun coming oh so close to tying up the scoreboard. But Jan, he refuses to lose.
Exactly. Yeah, very, very close match. I think this one should have just been a draw. But Jan was taking way too many liberties with all of those pawn pushes. And all of a sudden, Arjun went for it on the queen side. And he should have won the one. But yeah, Jan keeps his lead. And as we see already, almost 10 minutes off the clock. So with every draw, Jan is getting closer and closer. And Robert, what is this move? Rook to g1.
He was just avoiding the queen's eyes. And look at this queen trade being offered. Jan Nepomniachtchi playing some high-level opening stuff here. And I like black's position. It looks like you're much better coordinated, but white hasn't sacrificed anything.
Yeah, it feels like you got initiative here pretty much for free. I guess you just go like bishop to a5, keeping the pin on the knight. And there we have it. And it's difficult for white to develop here. You can no longer go kingside castles. I therefore assume you're going to have to go for queenside castles, but it's not going to be that easy to achieve. So I guess bishop b6 here, keeping some pressure on the pawn. And Jan has a very comfortable position.
I think white will play knight a4 after bishop b6, just go after the bishop pair. And if that was going to be the case, why not hurt white's pawn structure? But look at this. There's open space for the bishops. This is either side's chance in this game.
Rook a6, a crafty move by Jan. He wants to recapture with the rook, or maybe go rook b6 or rook b2. Start attacking white. Again, this king over here is stuck. You cannot castle here. You cannot... I mean, you can, but that doesn't look very comfortable. Maybe just rook e8, and there we have it. This looks like it's all Jan.
If white could castle, white's probably better. But the fact... Oh, no, don't go that direction. Bishop f5 with rook b1 is going to be a checkmate at some point.
Right, so h6, a little bit slow. Okay, but now, I mean, there's moves like knight a3, bishop f5. Bishop f5 looks like a nice move. You might have to go e4 and give the pawn, but Jan just takes
rook
d8 check, though.
But he thinks he's going to mate the king with knight a3 and rook b1.
But is it actually made? Like, there must be a defense, right? Or is there not? Like, king d1, yeah, king d1 after knight a3. Goes rook b2, knight d3. Wow. Arjun hanging on. Wait, what do you do here?
Yeah, this is actually very tricky. The bishop on f4 is protecting the d2 square. The knight on d3 is saving the check on the b2 square. But so after rook b to c2, you have to go king d1. And it looks like it's...
There. Wait, all of a sudden he's lost knight g4. Okay, but rook takes f2 or maybe knight takes... This still is anyone's game. He goes f5.
Oh my
knight
goodness,
c5 apparently to dislodge the knight. He takes... Okay, no, wait, but just hang the knight.
Now it's completely winning.
Okay, Arjun should win this game.
Now it's a free piece, right? It's a full extra piece, and you're just going to mop up the pawns. Now it's easy. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, he missed a chance to survive, but it was very tricky. And Arjun, who didn't have an impressive opening, he's suddenly going to even this match up.
Yeah, very tough loss here for Jan. It felt like he was going to open up a 2-point lead, but right now it's all even. All right, so Jan again opening up with the reverse modern. And it turns back into a King's Indian with a fianchetto.
And it's a slower system. It's not the attacking King's Indian. This is going to be more of a positional affair. And yesterday, while commentating with Daniel, he said he likes the c6 and d6 pawn structures for black. He finds them very flexible in bullet chess. And white's e4 pawn and c4 pawn, those can be attacked by the black knights.
Yeah, I like the move a4 by Arjun. He's grabbing a little bit more space on the queen side. Now he goes queen a5. There's queen b4. That's annoying. And to be fair, these pawns on c4 and e4 are always targets. That being said, though, white does have more space, and the d6 pawn can be targeted as well. Now you can take on c4 as bishop f1 traps your queen, but you just move the queen back, and you want to go knight b6 on the next move to target this pawn.
And some people may ask, why would you play queen b4 just to move it back? Look at what's happened. Is white's pawn structure is shattered. Black has firm control over the queen side. Stole a pawn in the center. This looks very risky. Look at the king on g8. It's wide open.
Yeah, I don't think this was a clever pawn grab by Arjun. It looks extremely risky, like I said, with all of the weak dark squares. Knight g5, nice move by Jan. In case you take, I mean, maybe you take it, I don't know. I don't feel like this should be possible, but hey, maybe it is.
Yeah, bishop takes f6, knight back to e6, just blocking the rooks from staring at each other. And eventually maybe you play queen f5 as black, try to trade those queens off the board. So this is hanging on by a thread. Maybe bishop 6 is bishop f5. Actually, I'm thinking about that intermezzo, hitting that queen on c2, and then playing knight to e4, e6. But this looks very risky.
Yeah, what about this, Robert? Bishop f5, there's queen f2, and after knight e6, then you go g4, and the bishop all of a sudden is trapped. So maybe you have to go to e4, but maybe then you take, and you take here. And he goes queen b2. Okay, he's going after the pawn on b7, but now knight e4 feels like it holds it together for black.
We see the bishops of opposite color. Oh, not only is it holding for black, is there some kind of checkmate attack with rook b8, rook b2 coming?
You don't have bishop d4 because of this, so he goes rook takes, but now there's got to be a knockout punch for black. Where is it? Is it rook b8? Okay, move the queen. Queen d7, I guess. Offer the trade of queens. And defend h3, so after check, you can go here.
That's so important that h3 is defended. I completely missed that. Queen d7 is the only move to survive, but Nepo hasn't played it yet. And he finds it with 5 seconds.
Okay, rook b2, you go king g1, and after check, and here... Oh, also the rook is... But the point is that after takes, there's always rook takes c4 and rook d8.
So white could turn this around. I mean, Arjun has plenty of time, 20 seconds on the clock, but he's worse now once the queens come off the board.
Right, so let's see what he's going to do. I mean, I guess he's going to give a check, but king back, I don't see it. This one, like I said, could easily turn around. 12 seconds, Arjun's clock is ticking as well.
He's going to have to trade queens. I think he is forced at this point to do that.
Queen c5, threatening checkmate over here. Tricky move. Takes a pawn, okay. Maybe now Jan can move. Okay, goes queen c7. c5. Jan would... Oh, he's got to move!
Rook.
Okay,
rook a8. They're just making random moves at this
G5.
point. Oh!
And Arjun wins on time and takes the lead. What a game.
And you see Jan, he is distraught. That game was one where at first Jan looked like he was in charge. Then tactics went in Arjun's favor. But when it came down to the final seconds, it was Arjun who handled his clock better. We see a tied match once again. So Benjamin, we're back to a Catalan here. Whose chances do you like? In chat, you can answer the question yourselves.
Right, so we see trade on d7. And then now... Okay, wait, so for the moment, Jan is still up a pawn, but there goes queen takes c4. It feels like here, Arjun should have the advantage with the bishop pair, so I think perhaps Jan should have tried to hang on to this pawn a little more firmly. Arjun gives up his bishop pair for the better pawn structure, and he should just be comfortably better here. I mean, look at these weaknesses on c6 and c7.
These c6 and c7 weaknesses are real. The b2 pawn is going to be targeted by the black rooks. Rook f to b8. That's the rook you bring over to keep a5 safe and sound. So it looks bad for black, but white does not have an easy time getting that bishop out of c1.
Exactly. A bishop f6, putting more pressure on b2. You can also go for like h5 here and h4, which is annoying. Plan the rook on b3, followed by rook b8. It feels like Jan is doing very fine here, even though he's got this slightly worse pawn structure.
And this queen c8, rook a6 configuration defending the a4 pawn and c6 pawn, it looks odd, I have to admit. And now it looks very bad for black, because if the bishops are off the board, these rook endgames are going to be favorable for white.
Yeah, this looks very nice for Arjun. Now the pawn on c6 is weak, and it's very difficult for black to ever increase the pressure. d4 though, I don't know. We see Jan trying to go h5. The position now becomes a little bit locked. It feels like, if anything, white should have the slight edge, but, you know, black isn't doing too bad. He can double up the rooks on the b file, and he should be able to hold here, I would think.
Oh, he's tripling on the b file. We're going to have Alekin's gun down to the b2 pawn, and that would be mass liquidation. So rook takes b2 is possible. Instead, maybe Jan's playing for a win here. Doesn't want to trade all the pieces.
What about this, Robert? Rook takes b2, rook takes c6, and rook f5. He goes rook d6, which is a little bit passive. Now queen e2 and Arjun keeps it all together.
And look at the clock, though. Jan is well ahead on time. 10 seconds plus for him. So he's just trying to keep the action. He doesn't want to allow easy choices from white.
Okay, so rook b5. He's giving up the a-pawn, but going after the b-pawn. Maybe rook c2 by Arjun if he wants to keep it together. No, he goes for the trade. Okay, so queen f3. Nice move, not allowing black to activate their own queen with pawn to c5.
King g7, and then queen b5, rook b1. Things like that. It looks scary for the white king.
Exactly, especially in bullet. So if Arjun wants, he could just liquidate here. He goes rook c4. Okay, maybe now a check and like queen here, or rook a1 followed by queen b1. Although there's always queen, there's no threat. Like
oh, queen b3, there's no threat, especially because the queen can't even get to d1.
And that now was white has all the threats. So queen f8 is forced, but it's very passive.
This looks horrible for black. And
then, there goes the rook.
Oh, the rook! Oh my gosh, the rook! And Arjun takes it and takes a 2-point lead in this match.
What a shocking game. All of a sudden, Giannis completely lost control over this match. He's down 2 points, and we're back in the French. So let's see what he will do here. He takes on f6, but this looks very comfortable for black.
Yeah, these positions have been looking pretty good for Arjun. Remember, his bishop went to e8 and out to h5 in a previous game. And so Jan, he continues to go into this variation thinking that the control of the e-file and that backwards pawn e6, but backwards pawn no more.
Exactly. Arjun breaks in the center with e5. Okay, so I suppose Jan has to take again, and go knight d2. And he still should be doing fine, but Robert, he really needs to win here. He really needs to come back into the match. There's 11 minutes on the clock. There's still time, but this one has turned around completely. I mean, before he was up like 2 points, and now he's behind.
And it doesn't look good in this position. I would take the black side of this. It looks like, look at this, the knight coming to f4. There's going to be an initiative against the white king. I don't see white getting an attack against black.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to do. I mean, maybe a move like c4. He goes g3. Now the bishop is trapped. What?
Does he want g5? Because at least it looks complicated with the g6 square potentially vulnerable. But g5, it should objectively be very good for white. For black, excuse me.
Bishop h3 instead. Okay, now he can take an f1. I guess you have to recapture with a knight, but knight f6. He goes knight f6 right away. All right, so let's see what he is going to do. I mean, it looks... If Jan loses this game, it might almost be mathematically over. He needs to come back as quickly as possible.
So we should remind everybody that as long as there's 1 second on the match clock, that game will start. And you're pointing to rook e6. That black queen, it's almost trapped. And bishop takes f6 is a pretty nasty threat. Just trying to open up the black king.
Bishop takes f6, and there we have pawn takes. I mean, even knight takes f1. And look at the light squares around black's king. I mean, maybe just a check, knight takes f1, and you just play for compensation. This king is so weak. But now Arjun has the time to go rook e8.
In a bullet game, you have to feel like white wins this type of position the majority of the time. He goes rook e5. I guess he's doing a great job of defending with activity.
Yeah, queen okay, takes on b2. Very bold. Now queen g4 comes in. And like queen g6 looks extremely scary for black.
This has to be winning for white. f6 is hanging. You can't easily protect it. Bishop d8 allows queen takes h6 check, and the attack continues. No. This looks like a bad game for Arjun.
He takes on e3. Okay, white can take over here and take on e3. But now white's king also is going to be a little bit exposed. King e8, okay. Black is running.
But running to where is the big question. Queen h7 check. And a queen h6 check.
And now you can take
and
take here. Take an e3. Okay, checks there first. I like the queen in h6, so you can take here. Take. And the king sits pretty safe on h3.
How many extra pawns?
Wait, check and pick up the bishop. Pick up the bishop.
Ooh. And you're going to pick up the bishop.
Queen e7 is checkmate.
With
bishop e6.
That's mate.
Bishop
e6, queen f8.
No, he doesn't go for mate. Okay, king f3.
Hey, Benjamin, I like to say, when you see mate look for better, he says an extra piece will do.
Okay, he's just going to trade here, and it's going to be a win for Jan. But I was just about to say Arjun is going to play it out as he has the lead in the match, and he wants to milk the clock as much as possible.
It's something he might have done if he considered it, because it's smart to waste time when you have a lead. But I think Arjun trusts his bullet skills, and we see this position. It's like a Blumenfeld reverse, where white has given up a pawn, but has huge attacking potential on the king side.
Yeah, so we see e5 by Jan breaking back in the center. Okay, so Arjun just goes knight bd2, stopping the fork with e4. Jan trades, but I like white center here. I like white center. There's always the d5 push. You have the open f-file. You've got this diagonal for your bishop, also the other one. This looks great for white. I mean, bishop takes f6.
Oh, this looks terrible for black, but at least you have a double-edged position. So you might get checkmated. That's the bad news. The good news is you might also get some kind of plan around the white king, because look at this dark square bishop, the e3 square, things like that.
Yeah, he's up a pawn here, bishop e3. How do you defend the pawn? If you take the pawn on c5, the pawn on d6 is also weak. Queen a5. Jan is making a comeback here. If he wins this game, he would tie it up again. And Robert, there goes the c-pawn, and he should be doing great here.
This looks amazing for black. A clear extra pawn, but it's really 2 extra pawns on the queen side to that 1 passed pawn on d6. So if you can make use of the pawn going to d7, things like that, that could be trouble. And he goes rook e8, allowing d7 with tempo. Does he think it's easier to win that pawn when it's pushed all the way up there?
I guess so. I mean, I don't see how you defend a rook d8, and there it goes. And the problem for Robert is that white is pinned. You kind of go king h1, you hang the knight, and so that is going to be a big problem. He goes knight d4. Okay, but now, do you just take, or is there like a knight f5 jump?
Yeah, that's a good idea from Arjun here. What does black... Queen c3, pin the knight. No, yeah, you can get away with it.
That's a nice move. That's a nice move. He goes queen e5, also very nice, keeping full control. But maybe now there's takes a knight f5, although you can always flick in bishop takes f2.
It takes the rook to avoid that exact fork, and it's an extra pawn for black, and d7's falling. The rook can go back to e7 or knight to f8. This should be very clean for Nepo.
Yeah, so we see rook e1. All right, so let's see how he will finish this one off. Okay, he actually, if he takes everything, he's up 2 pawns. I thought he was up 1, but he's up 2 pawns, so he has to win this game. Rook e8, you have to take.
That's a great try, though. At least, you can catch your opponent off guard, and now he gets to chase those black pawns.
Yeah, but Nepo just hangs on to his extra pawns. He's still up 2, but, the king is still active. Maybe if you can move in to b5, but it feels like black is just in time, I guess, with the king to c7. Or this. I like this one even better with the knight at d5.
Right, because white can never trade knights. That would be an easily winning endgame for black, and with the knight on d5, the king is free to run around.
And knight c3, great move by Jan. If he trades off the knight, he moves it to a winning king and pawn in game, b5. This one is over.
Easily winning at this stage for Jan. By the way, Jan with 30 seconds on his clock. Look at how fast he is in these time controls. And the point now is that white gets a pass pawn, but the black king chases it down, and then the white king cannot stop the black passer, both in the center and on the queen side.
King f6 here is a pretty routine win. That's what I would go for here. And after king c4, you just go b3, trade everything off and winning the king side. Jan is thinking, though, goes e4, which is winning because okay, b3, a3, and he wins with the 2 passes. All right, so we are all even, Robert, with 5 minutes on the clock.
We are indeed, and now Jan Nepomniachtchi on a winning streak. The match is tied. A lot of people thought that Arjun would be the favorite in bullet. He actually leads the bullet 4-3, but it was 4-1. So now we have this position here where black is competing for the center. White goes knight b5. Benjamin, I like these positions for white. I love myself a good bishop pair.
Right, but black has a nice center here and good development. So d4 is a move here, or bishop g4. e4 is definitely an idea here. So I don't know. I like this position for black h3. Maybe you go bishop h5 or trade over here. But Robert, this game is super important. Whoever wins this one will take a lead going into probably what's going to be the final game.
Yes, and we see that this position looks very passive for white. So that's what you were saying. You're right, Benjamin, that white has a pair of bishops, but not open diagonals thanks to those d5 and e5 pawns in the center. And some moves need to be easily played. Black put the rook to d8. White doesn't have such easy moves. The position's cramped.
Right, but for the moment, like you said, he does have the bishop pair, d4. I think a nice move by Arjun to create some tension in the center. Now he gets the open e-file for his rook. So the bishop on e2 will feel a little bit uncomfortable. So let's see what he's going to do. I mean, wait, does Nepo have this move? No, but now knight e5 to f4 or knight c3. This looks scary.
This looks terrible. If that knight goes into f4, that's really bad news for white. And he can still go knight d5 at any moment, but the d4 pawn is what Nepo's going after.
All right, so h3, you go bishop h5, keep all the tension. And he goes bishop f5 possible, but now the bishop can just move back to f1. And I think Jan has got the worst behind him here. And maybe down the line, this pawn on d4 can become somewhat weak.
It's overextended, so why not go after it? It's hard for black to bring more reinforcement to that pawn. He says no rook trade for you. Black can play a5, a4 at the right moment, try to go after white's queen side. I think that queen c1 is an indication that he would like to fight on that side of the board, but yeah, he had a one-move threat. It was avoided.
Yeah, so bishop a3, queen back to d8, queen c5. Okay, he's still in this line, but there's no good discovery for black. Knight e5, but wait, now he can take the pawn. That's a pretty big pawn. And he takes it.
Uh-oh, that opens up the long diagonal against the black king. If you chop on... Oh, he makes a blunder afterwards.
There goes another pawn, but wait, but if you take there, might be b5, don't... There's b5.
Oh, and knight c2 ideas.
Right.
This is very tricky
so
right
just
now.
Move the queen. He's got 17 seconds. Where's he going to go? Queen a5, nice move by Jan.
Because b6, he can still save his queen back to a4, and he retreats his queen. But black has an initiative here. Rook c2 was an idea.
Knight c2, knight c2 the fork. Oh, because rook c2, the wrong piece. Yes, oh, queen f6 and you hit f2. Take an a2.
Oh, good find. Rook a2, rook a1's a threat.
Goes knight f4, okay.
Knight takes h3.
Knight takes h3. Queen e3, goes king h2.
This is a nerve-wracking game. This won't be the final game, so even if someone loses...
He sacks and Nepo pre-moved, but bishop e7, queen f5?
And then knight f3!
Or rook takes f1. Wait, Arjun is crushing. King h2, but knight f3, you pick up the queen. He doesn't. Queen g3.
And it's still alive.
Still on.
But that's a good move.
Bishop. Okay, rook h4. Oh, but queen d1, threatening checkmate. And how do you defend? Okay.
King G3.
King up.
Wait,
Queen E6 and it's a draw.
It's a perpetual.
Queen
Queen
C8,
F5.
Queen C8, Queen C8 and Queen F5. Wow.
Queen F5, Queen F8.
What a game. What he goes for the win, okay. King
Wow.
H3. Okay, it's anyone's game, but I feel like Black's king is safer. Okay, he offers the queen trade. Jan keeping the queens on the board.
This is smart play from Jan, centralizing his queen. And Arjun, he might go for the repetition. No, he doesn't. Oh, he does.
There we have it, Robert. It's all of a sudden a sudden death game. Whoever wins this game will win the match.
And if they draw, we will get 4 games of 1+1. So we will have a 4-game mini match. But this will be the final game. If we have a winner, the match is over. Magnus Carlsen will know his opponent. But right now, Arjun goes back to his trusty opening. He likes to go with these D4 setups. Benjamin, they have to keep their nerves.
Yeah, this is all about nerves here, Robert. Whoever wins this game wins the match. Rook C8. Jan is setting up C5, so Arjun takes on D5. You can recapture with the bishop here, but then bishop A6 is going to be a little bit annoying. But yeah, what a match. What a match, Robert. Bishop B7 here.
Oof, Black can strike with C5. The E4 pawn is also a bit loose. So he goes D5. Now even IQP, but that's a passer. It's an unopposed pawn, and that can go up to D6 at any moment.
Yeah, but I like how Jan is doing this. He goes queen f6, trying to trade off the queens. And I feel like this pawn is often going to turn into a weakness. But now the a7 pawn is hanging. Not easy to deal with that one. If you go a5, there's bishop b5. So a6, nice move. You cannot take because of rook a8.
That's right, and I don't like where the queen is. So he goes queen a4. He wants to redirect over to the king side. Queen g4 now. And he's attacking the knight. But that d5 pawn, it might fall in the next few moves.
Yeah, great game so far by Jan. a4, trying to attack the pawn on b5. And maybe just queen b6. Defend, and knight f6 is coming. Goes knight b6. But Robert, this one might just be headed for a draw. It's looking pretty even so far. That being said, I slightly prefer Jan's position. This knight can hop to like f4 or c3, and he still has some tactics.
There definitely are tactics. Watch out. A move like h5 with knight h3 check with queen takes f3. If white goes queen g5, right now, knight h3 check might win the game.
He goes knight g5. Wait, he's hanging the pawn on g2. He goes h5 instead by Jan, but bishop takes f7, and the rook is hanging at the end.
So bishop f7, if you go king h8, you take on
h3 is not the move. Bishop d5, he cannot take because of knight e2. Wait, what do you do? What do you do?
You have nothing because rook e1, you still take knight e2, rook d1 mate. It's a back rank checkmate.
I don't see the move for Arjun. You cannot move your queen. You hang the knight. What do you even play here? If the bishop cannot go anywhere.
There are no moves that I see.
Clock is ticking. Knight h3, but just take on c4. Take on c4 and take on f1. That's the match.
That's the match. Yeah, you take a rook.
Take a pawn. He's threatening the queen. Move your queen to g6. Go queen g6.
That seems
silly. He goes queen a1.
Bishop e2 check.
Bishop e2, and there goes the knight, and that's it, Robert. That's it. Queen g5, don't hang the rook. Go queen f6.
Jan Nepo, just take the pawns. You are up a full rook. Queen f6 back, rook to d4. That should be that.
Queen d6, straight off the queens, and that is it. Wow, what a match, Robert.
Oh my goodness, Jan Nepo wins at the last game. He can't even believe it himself, and he shakes his head, but he is the one who will be moving on to face Magnus Carlsen. Arjun Erigaisi gave him everything that he could handle, but when all is said and done, Jan Nepo advances to the quarterfinals with a 15.5, 14.5 win. Benjamin, that was exhilarating.
What a match, Robert. We saw everything. We saw Jan taking the lead, then Arjun came back, but at the end, Jan had the stronger nerves and moves on to the quarterfinals against Magnus.
Wow, wow, wow. There really are no words for the matchups that we've seen recently, and Jan Nepo takes this one against Arjun Erigaisi. What a nail-biter. What a close finish, and you have to feel for Arjun. For the second year in a row, he can't get out of the first round because he loses a close one.
Yeah, what an absolute nail-biter. But Jan Nepo very deservedly moves on. He was leading for most of the match. He had some bad luck with the disconnect, but how he pulled his nerves together in the final 2 or 3 games was extremely impressive, Robert.
It really was. I can't get over what we just saw, but we should go to our savvy moves presented by Coinbase, where we'll be reviewing a key moment from a game with Jan Nepo winning the match. And I think we should just go in that last game there, Benjamin, because the move that won him the event was a pretty sweet move, and that was our savvy move of the day presented by Coinbase.
Right, so it was this move here, bishop to d5. he not only defends the pawn on f7, but now he also threatens to take this bishop on c4, followed by knight e2, and there's nothing you can do with white. If you take the bishop, again, knight e2, you pick up the queen with check, actually, also. So what do? If you go, let's say, rook e1, you still take on c4, and you go knight e2 anyway, because in case you take, there's rook d1, and it's checkmate. So after a long think, Arjun finally settled on the move knight h3, but this does not help. Now you take the bishop, and after knight takes a4, the rook is hanging, and if you take, you even get checkmated over here. So Arjun, he took an h5, but after queen a1, it was just all over. Jan was up a rook, and after bishop e2, he also won the knight, and he won the match. And that was your savvy move of the day, presented by Coinbase.
What a sick move, bishop d5. Everyone was staring at the king side, but no, he says that bishop is overloaded. It won him the game and the match. And as we see in the bracket, Jan de Palmsche's name is the one across from Magnus Carlsen. In the lower half of the bracket, we have our quarterfinal match set there. Jan against Magnus. I think some people will be very happy to see that rematch.
Yeah, now this is going to be an exciting one. Jan, however, will have to play better to get chance against Magnus. You're not going to get that many opportunities, so he really has to make the most of it.
So Jan de Palmsche, he gets to play Magnus Carlsen next. The winner will face Wesley So, but we are going to see another matchup take place right after this one. So Jan de Palmsche, he moves on. Will it be Hikaru Nakamura or Fabiano Caruana? These are fan favorites. Everyone will be watching that matchup. Whew. Benjamin, any final thoughts before we head on out and send it to the next match?
No, this was insane. This was an absolute thriller, Robert. It had everything. It had everything. And yeah, I could not have wished for a more exciting match.
And Jan de Palmsche, he was happy to be in the field, but he says, I'm not going out without a fight. He makes his way to the next one. And while we are still here, we want to give a shout out to a new partner with helping us with the Speed Chess Championship. Let's take a moment to thank AG1. AG1 is your daily support of key health functions from mental performance to energy and the immune system. It's the one product that does the work of many. To find out more, visit drinkag1.com/chess or use the command AG1 in chat. Thank you to AG1 for sponsoring the SCC. So, on behalf of myself and Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, we have to go, but we do not say goodbye because Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana is up next. Do not go anywhere. The next match continues in just a few. Thanks for watching, everybody. This is the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Keep enjoying all the great matches here at Chess.